हमारा लक्ष्य इस डेकेड को टेक डेकेड या टेकेड बनाने का है। फ्रेंड्स, आज भारत और अमेरिका को ग्रोथ का मोमेंटम बनाए रखने के लिए एक पाइपलाइन ऑफ टैलेंट उसकी भी जरूरत है। जहां एक और अमेरिका के पास उच्च कोटि के शिक्षण संस्थान है, एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी है, वहीं भारत के पास विश्व की सबसे बड़ी युवा फैक्ट्री है। और इसलिए मुझे विश्वास है कि भारत और अमेरिका की साझेदारी सस्टेनेबल और इंक्लूसिव ग्लोबल ग्रोथ का इंजन साबित होगी। अमेरिका में कम्युनिटी कॉलेज द्वारा निभाई जा रही अहम भूमिका के लिए मैं हृदय से आप सबका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और अमेरिका के बीच शिक्षा और रिसर्च में आपसी सहयोग के लिए मैं जरूर कुछ विचार साझा करना चाहता हूं। इस साझा प्रयास में जरूरी है कि गवर्नमेंट, इंडस्ट्री, एकेडेमिया, टीचर्स और स्टूडेंट्स सभी को शामिल किया जाए। एक इंडिया यूएस टीचर्स एक्सचेंज प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत के विषय हम सोच सकते हैं। दुनिया भर में फैले साइंटिस्ट और एंटरप्रेन्योर्स का भारत के संस्थानों के साथ एंगेजमेंट बढ़ाने के लिए हमने 2015 में ज्ञान ग्लोबल इनिशिएटिव ऑफ एकेडमिक नेटवर्क अभियान शुरू किया था। मुझे बताते हुए खुशी है कि इसके तहत अब तक यूएस से 750 फैकल्टी मेंबर्स भारत आ चुके हैं। मैं यूएस में शिक्षा और रिसर्च से जुड़े सर्विंग और रिटायर्ड लोगों से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे अपनी छुट्टियां, खास तौर पर विंटर ब्रेक, भारत में बिताएं। वे भारत को जाने भी और भारत की नई पीढ़ी के साथ अपना ज्ञान भी बांटें। आप भी जानते हैं कि युवाओं की क्रिएटिविटी और इनोवेशंस का जो स्पिरिट है वो अद्भुत होता है। मुझे लगता है कि दोनों देशों को मिलकर अलग अलग विषयों पर हैकाथॉन भी करना चाहिए और इससे हमें आज की कई समस्याओं के समाधान भी मिल सकते हैं और भविष्य के लिए नए आइडिया भी। हम वोकेशनल स्किल क्वालिफिकेशंस के म्यूचुअल रिकग्निशन के बारे में भी जरूर विचार कर सकते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, मैं चाहूंगा कि स्टूडेंट एक्सचेंज प्रोग्राम के तहत अमेरिका से भी बच्चे भारत आएं और भारत को देखें, भारत को जाने। मुझे आशा भी है और विश्वास भी है कि वो दिन दूर नहीं जब नवाहो नेशन का युवा भारत के नॉर्थ ईस्ट नागालैंड में बैठे अपने दोस्त के साथ मिलकर एक आइडिया, एक प्रोजेक्ट को डेवलप करेगा। आप लोगों ने मुझे इतने सारे आइडिया दिए, इसके लिए मैं सचमुच में इन दो नौजवानों का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं एक बार फिर फर्स्ट लेडी डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन के प्रति हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं नेशनल साइंस फाउंडेशन को भी और सभी को यहाँ आने के लिए फिर से धन्यवाद देता हूँ। Thank you.
Prime Minister Modi, welcome to the United States. With this official visit, we are bringing together the world's oldest and world's largest democracies. But our relationship isn't just about governments. We're celebrating the families and friendships that span the globe, those who feel the bonds of both of our countries. After years of strengthening ties, the U.S. India partnership is deep and expansive as we jointly tackle global challenges. Mr. Prime Minister, I know that education is an issue close to your heart, as it is to mine. You work to ensure that all Indians, especially girls, which I love, have the opportunity to pursue an education and gain the skills they need for our modern workforce, and it's so important. It's exciting to be able to show you some of the innovative programs our schools and businesses are creating for students here. And I'm so glad to be joined by Ambassadors Garcetti and Sandow. Williams, Anshul, thank you for sharing your stories. Mr. Mehrotra, Dr. Williams, thank you for your insights and for your work. And finally, we're so grateful to the National Science Foundation for hosting us. There are students in this room who are discovering the inner workings of semiconductors, starting in middle and high school, or training for other cutting-edge jobs. And as established businesses are transformed by new technology, as industries that didn't exist a decade ago are created, this kind of training is more important to our future than ever. If we want our economies to be strong, we need to invest in young people who are our future. We need to ensure that they have the opportunities that they deserve. Through Joe's Investing in America agenda, we're creating millions of good jobs in growing industries like clean energy and manufacturing. And we're bringing together our entire administration, including agencies like NSF, to partner with employers, unions, schools, and local governments so we can ensure that students have what they need to pursue these careers. That's the Biden education pathway. It starts with free, high-quality, universal preschool and creates a high school experience that prepares students for their next steps. It provides 2 years of affordable community colleges and opens up avenues if you decide to go to a four-year college. That's how we build the future of our workforce. Education is the cornerstone of the bond between India and the United States. One we hope to keep strengthening and building with this visit. Our universities are partnering together, leading research, creating apprenticeships and internships that span the ocean. And as we've seen here, students from both countries are learning and growing alongside of each other, discovering the people they want to become, and building a better world together. Working side by side, our nations can create a safer, healthier, more prosperous future for everyone. So again, to Prime Minister Modi and the entire Indian delegation, thank you for joining us. And we wish you a memorable visit. Thank you.
So an intimate White House dinner, a National Science Institute visit, and of course the address that you just heard. But amid all of this, of course, the most enthusiastic is the Indian diaspora. So again, right outside the hotel where Prime Minister Modi is currently staying, the Indian American community landed up with tricolors, with banners, posters, and also reflecting and talking to him and trying to this was clearly with the dhol and the dhamaka that Indian diaspora is known to, and one of the biggest Indian American communities there in the USA. Leaving you with these visuals, heading into a very short break. This is, remember, just day one of the visit. More on that after a break.
incredible ranking of India's best B schools is back in an all-new avatar, bigger and better than before. Catch the 2023 listings of MBA programs, technology companies, and the top executive courses. Don't miss the 24th edition of the Business Today Best B Schools and HR Summit on 23rd June in New Delhi.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today Newsmo.
Kerala's public health. All political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political back.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
are watching India Today.
There's been a historic start in New York, and Prime Minister Modi is now embarking on this mega visit. He's in Washington presently, at the White House intimate dinner, attending the dinner with President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden, who are, of course, hosting the Prime Minister. Now, President Biden decided to personally welcome the Prime Minister at the White House dinner when he arrived. Ahead of the mega dinner, Prime Minister Modi also met Indian and American students at the National Science Center, accompanied by the First Lady Jill Biden. Now, Modi received a ceremonial welcome at Washington. US President Joe Biden rolled out the red carpet for Prime Minister Modi with a 21-gun salute, and followed will be a state dinner as well. Remember, this is a momentous occasion for India. In the times of stability that India has shown, whether there is on one side world conflict or global recession, India has continued to maintain its stand and stability, and that's one of the reasons that India cannot be ignored anymore.
The kinds of things that the two leaders will be discussing over the next couple of days, you'll see it's very future-focused because this is going to be a defining partnership for the next 10, 15 years at least. I would point you to what we're going to be talking about over the next couple of days, but you'll see from defense cooperation, cyber, space, resilient supply chains, climate change. I could go on and on. It's all about improving and deepening this bilateral relationship with India. It really is a forward-looking, future-focused discussion. They're already exporting security in the Indo-Pacific region and beyond, and they are contributing to the Indo-Pacific Quad. We are participating with India in the I2U2. I think you understand that that's a multilateral arrangement for the Middle East. So India is a world player and a net exporter of security and stability, and we look forward to deepening that and seeing that continue to prosper.
Had an excellent meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Very impressed with the vision that he has for India and the advances that India is making. We discussed a wide range of topics, and we really look forward to greater opportunities in India. Micron is a global leader in memory and storage, and we are a supplier to for memory and storage in all end markets, from data centers to smartphones, to PCs, and today really fueling the AI engine as well. So we are excited about the opportunities that exist for the future of memory and storage.
We will be announcing soon a new innovation center in India. With Applied Materials, we'll also bring global partners into this new innovation center. And this innovation center will really be focused on innovation in the equipment, and we have very high confidence that working together with India, we can create a tremendous success.
Let's now go across to India Today's news director, Rahul Kanwal. He's currently in Washington and bringing us the latest from this mega visit. Rahul, good morning. At least good morning here from India. I understand it's late evening, night time there in the USA. But this has been a very interesting coverage, isn't it? Do tell us about some of the highlights that are coming in, whether it was the yoga day, this dinner, an intimate dinner will be followed by a state dinner. Rahul, over to you.
You know, it's early in the morning in India, quite late in the night here in Washington, D.C. We're right in front of the White House, where President Joe Biden and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi currently meeting over dinner. It's raining here in D.C. We're really having bad run with the weather. It's been raining all through the day, and we're currently getting soaked and drenched in the rain. But as things stand, the Prime Minister's had a very busy day. He started out early in the morning doing yoga at the United Nations headquarters. From there, he came to D.C., spent time with Mrs. Biden at the National Science Center, meeting with students, talking about the importance of education, then met with some very important CEOs. who are looking to bring semiconductor chip design technology to India, got some very positive assurances from them. And at this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Biden, the Prime Minister, in a very private, intimate state dinner. Now, in a very intimate, private dinner, remember, President Biden and Prime Minister Modi are about as different can be in terms of personalities, in terms of their political style of operation. Prime Minister Modi, at the peak of his political prowess, Joe Biden became president at a time when many thought he'd missed his chance, and he had missed his chance many times over. In the build-up, we saw how then President Trump and Prime Minister Modi had been bonding over Howdy Modi in Texas, Houston. So people thought with Joe Biden coming in, will their personalities be able to mesh? Will they be able to work together? But the Prime Minister has shown the ability to strike relationships with different kinds of political characters. He got along well with President Barack Obama, later with Donald Trump, now with Joe Biden. And it's not just personalities, it's also the institutional value of the India-United States relationship, which is driving this dinner through. We heard from senior officials in the Biden administration that from climate change to the Indo-Pacific to high technology, some of it involving transfers to India, all of that on the agenda for the talks that happen tomorrow. Today is really an opportunity to get to know each other, gifts being exchanged, a more intimate, private setting, and it is here where tomorrow in the evening President Biden will be hosting the state dinner, and that's supposed to be really the hottest ticket in town because people coming in from across the United States, a crazy clamor on to try and get hands on that ticket, which will today's dinner is very, very private. Tomorrow is the big state dinner. We're told that there are orange flowers, green flowers, dressed different shades of the Indian tricolor, elements being drawn from the peacock, all of it being brought into play. Mrs. Biden gave a glimpse of what to expect tomorrow. Lots of millet there, and Patel red wine as well. Raj Patel from Tampa Bay throwing in some Patel red wine. So a very interesting choice. And the executive chef who brought the menu together told media personnel that had been working for several weeks to try and bring something which was very American, yet had a flavor or a glimpse of what the guests would have liked. So let's see what happens tomorrow. But even before we get to that state dinner, which has been a matter of a lot of conversation, there is the day-long engagement between the Prime Minister and the American President, which starts at 6:45 a.m. tomorrow morning. For us, they come in around 10 a.m., which is when the ceremonial guard of honor happens. But for us, it starts at 6:45 in the morning tomorrow, Pooja.
Rahul, let's talk about the details also of the dinner, of the activities that have happened. A vegetarian menu, because Prime Minister Narendra Modi is vegetarian by choice. The Yoga Day celebrations that have taken place as well. Hundreds of countries participating, creating a record as well. So let's talk a little bit about the details in the itinerary.
Oh, it's not fully vegetarian. If you see in the fine print, it says you can order roasted sea bass if you'd like. So there's fish on the menu as well, which of course you need to order in advance. But those are really, I think, the smaller issues. Because it's the first time Prime Minister Modi would be going for a state dinner, because President Biden has been so stingy in rolling out the red carpet for these state dinners that so much is being made of the state dinner. But I think that's just symbolic. That's the form. The meat of the matter, no puns intended, but the meat of the matter is really in the talks that is happening, and the fact that America now willing to offer to India the kind of technology that so far hasn't been on the table. Take the GE F414 jet engine technology transfer, which America has now agreed to. A few months ago, or even a couple of years ago, if anybody had said that this sensitive, critical technology America would be willing to offer to India, that would have been completely off the table. I think it's because because both countries realize that China is their common enemy, which is why America now willing to make more concessions to India than at any time in the past. President Biden has seen some kind of pushback from the likes of Bernie Sanders, from some US congressmen asking President Biden to do more to question some of the things that are going on back home in terms of how the Prime Minister has been running the country. But I think at this moment, President Biden and the US administration fully cognizant of the value that India brings to the geopolitical table, and that's what they're talking about, feasting on, and really trying to build on with a 10-20 year horizon in their sight, Pooja.
I'm also very intrigued with the International Yoga Day that was organized, very different from India, because in the USA, this was about a global appeal, a soft power of diplomacy as well in so many ways, that yoga has been an inherent Indian practice being accepted at a world level. You also spoke to Richard Gere. Do tell us about the details that are coming in about the International Yoga Day and much more that's expected.
You know, there were 135 countries represented at the United Nations headquarters front lawns this morning, and it wasn't really just an Indian celebration. This was a global celebration, and the Prime Minister made that point that on yoga there is no intellectual property, no copyright. It's literally India's gift to the world in the spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, offering the best of India to the world. And if you see the different kinds of yoga, because I was speaking to some of the people as they were coming in, asking them about whether they did any yoga on their own or not outside of this, the International Day of Yoga, and the kind of different techniques that they were speaking about. This is not really yoga in the way you typically associate with what used to happen or still happens in India. There's so many different forms and kinds, so many different techniques being added. So it really is very, very international. In the United States alone, yoga now a $16 billion plus industry. So that's how big yoga is. And, so there were people with different techniques and different standards of finesse who were on the lawn. Some of them highly experienced yoga practitioners. Some of them had been practicing in the higher Himalayas, and some of them were just doing yoga for the first time. They were in the office of some of the people in the United Nations who were also out on the mat. So they were there for the first time, just trying to keep track. But I think they were there in spirit. They were there because they wanted to be there. They wanted to be a part of this big celebration. And in that sense, it truly is India's soft power, one of the most potent exports from India as a gift for good health, for inclusivity to the rest of the world, Pooja.
Lovely. I'll give you a breather there. I understand it's raining there, Rahul. So I'll come back to you in just a short while. Thank you so much for joining us and getting us that coverage. Appreciate you joining us in this morning bulletin. Now remember, Prime Minister Modi is now in Washington, D.C. Kick-started his maiden visit with a visit to National Science Foundation with the First Lady, Jill Biden, and spoke about education, about reforms that need to be brought in. The visit was followed by a private, intimate dinner hosted by the Biden family. Getting you a detailed report. What are the upcoming events, programs that Prime Minister Modi is going to be a part of over the next 2 days? Take a look at this report to help understand. It's not just about meetings and deals. It is clearly reflective of much more about India's global standing.
After creating a world record with Yoga Day in New York, Prime Minister Modi touched down in Washington, D.C., officially kicking off his first state visit to United States of America. The Prime Minister received a full ceremonial welcome at Joint Base Andrews. Big diaspora reception at the Village Hotel in Washington, D.C. Modi's Power Pack tour in Washington started with a visit to the National Science Foundation with the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Jill Biden. The day ended with the private dinner with President Biden and his family. An official welcome at the White House awaits the Prime Minister. A 21-gun salute in honor of Prime Minister Modi. A bilateral with President Joe Biden follows, with defense tech partnership and climate change in focus. At Capitol Hill, the Prime Minister is scheduled to address the joint session and become the only Indian Prime Minister to get the honour twice. His speech will be keenly watched for its geopolitical import. Prime Minister will be back at the White House in the evening for the state dinner. In attendance will be some 250 guests representing the diversity of the Indian American community. Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken will host a lunch on June 23rd for Prime Minister at the State Department. During his US tour, Modi will address two diaspora gatherings. One of them at the prestigious Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C., and the other at the Ronald Reagan Center. A visit expected to transform India-US ties and elevate the strategic partnership across sectors. Bureau Report, India Today.
All right, so this, remember, is now day 2, and it's very important today because today is going to be that address at the US Congress, and we'll be tracking the latest of what does the Prime Minister say. This will be the second time. How different is it from the previous Indian Prime Ministers who have addressed the US Congress? That and more after a very short break.
Watching India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the bigger stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Co-presented by NECC, Sunday हो या Monday, रोज खाओ अंडे. Co-powered by घर लेना हो या बेचना, 99 एकड़ से ही पूछना.
Good morning and welcome to this morning telecast. I'm Pooja Shali, a special telecast with regard to the Prime Minister's visit to the United States of America. He's now in Washington, D.C. Lots more happening. First, the headlines. Prime Minister Narendra Modi attends the big dinner with the Bidens at the White House. First Lady Jill Biden, President Joe Biden receives the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Modi meets the students at National Science event in Washington, pitches a Startup India mission, says the aim is to become and to make this a tech decade. A rousing welcome for the Prime Minister in Washington. The diaspora with the dhol and dhamaka right outside the hotel to welcome the Prime Minister. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and actor Richard Gere do the yoga together at the United Nations event. Clearly a statement here, remember, with the anti-China Gere and Prime Minister Modi drawing a red line for China's aggression. All right, the big highlight that's coming in about the Bidens hosting Prime Minister Modi for the dinner, and interesting details that are coming in. A dinner with regard to color, a vegetarian menu, all of that has been planned. Here are the inside visuals on your screen from the White House. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden first welcomed Modi when he got down from his vehicle and reached the White House. President Biden arranged even a Gujarati Garba dance for the Prime Minister at the White House private dinner. Remember, this is a private, intimate dinner. It will be followed by a state dinner as well soon. Prime Minister will, we are being told, will be presented with official gifts. There's going to be a handmade antique art, handmade book galley as a gift for the Prime Minister. A vintage American camera will also be gifted to the Prime Minister. But look at the details of the menu there on your screen. Elaborate, exquisite cutlery, of course. A menu which we are being told is vegetarian, considering Prime Minister Modi's choices. The table decor is reflective of the Indian tricolors, and that precisely, remember, reflects the thought that has gone into arranging this first dinner that has come in for the Prime Minister. So there, President Joe Biden and the First Lady escorting the Prime Minister inside the White House.
Cuddle vinaigrette that really encapsulates the whole flavor in it. So I'm gonna take you to the main course right now. Squash, sun-dried tomatoes. We have leeks, and it's just filled with herbs. And so, as Chef said, we have with cardamom infused strawberries. We have a rose syrup marinade with them, as well as a cardamom biscuit, and included are, of course, seasonal strawberries.
And remember, our colleagues are on the ground presently, and right from outside the White House reporting is India Today's news director Rahul Kanwal in Washington right now. Rahul, good morning. Well, good morning from here, from India. I understand there's a late evening there, but this dinner is clearly reflective of India's standing now, isn't it? Do tell us more about what happened from the New York City to now in Washington. Over to you, Rahul.
You know, it's early in the morning in India, quite late in the night here in Washington, D.C. We're right in front of the White House, where President Joe Biden and Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi currently meeting over dinner. It's raining here in D.C. We're really having bad run with the weather. It's been raining all through the day, and we're currently getting soaked and drenched in the rain. But as things stand, the Prime Minister's had a very busy day. He started out early in the morning doing yoga at the United Nations headquarters. From there, he came to DC, spent time with Mrs. Biden at the National Science Center, meeting with students, talking about the importance of education, then met with some very important CEOs who are looking to bring semiconductor chip design technology to India. Got some very positive assurances from them, and at this moment, Mr. and Mrs. Biden, the Prime Minister, in a very private, intimate state dinner. Now, in a very intimate, private dinner, remember, President Biden and Prime Minister Modi are about as different can
That's
be
true.
in terms of personalities, in terms of their political style of operation. Prime Minister Modi at the peak of his political prowess. Joe Biden became president at a time when many thought he'd missed his chance, and he had missed his chance many times over. In the build-up, we saw how then President Trump and Prime Minister Modi had been bonding over Howdy Modi in Texas.
From that
Houston,
bonding, Rahul, here now to the friendship with President Biden as well. Very interesting. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be looking forward to all your coverage that's coming in from Washington as well. In fact, joining me also now is a special guest from the United States of America, U.S. Congressman Sri Thanedar. Thank you so much and I appreciate you joining us as well, because here's a little trivia for the viewer watching right now. You will be the one escorting Prime Minister Narendra Modi to the Capitol, where the address is to the U.S. Congress. Tell us more about that. Are you looking at this as an opportunity that you're enthusiastic about? Is this protocol? Do tell us more.
Oh, this is a very historic moment and a very exciting time in the relationship between India and the United States. So my name is Sri Thanedar. I am a United States congressman. I came here as an immigrant when I was 24 years old with nothing. I got a PhD, ran some businesses, and now I'm in political office, and I was just elected as a United States congressman, like what you call an MP in India. And Prime Minister Modi has the distinct honor to address both houses of Congress, which is Sansad, like the Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha. It's a combined Sansad that will where he will address. And I have the pleasure, I have been chosen by the leadership to be an escort for Mr. Modi. So as he enters the United States Congress, I will be accompanying him and be with him. And so it is a very much of a pleasure for a an honor for someone like who's an immigrant and who grew up in poverty in India to be here with the Prime Minister of India.
And, you know, in many ways, can I say that it looks like you're the bridge with your origins coming from India, and now you're making such an incredible mark in American politics. And who better than you, Sri Thanedar, to be escorting the Prime Minister when he goes on for that address? How do you see this relationship growing? Because in the past as well, you know, there was a lack of clarity about how much can India and America become an ally. Do you think this moment can be taken further and be seen as something where India and America can forge a better friendship, and specifically in times where we can see a lot of global conflicts also that are taking place?
Well, since 1947, India has practiced non-alignment.
Yes.
And had a balanced relationship between the two superpowers, Russia and United States. However, a lot has changed. The end of the Cold War, United States now is really the only superpower. Russia, with its dictatorial policies, encroaching on Ukraine, a sovereign country, infringing on another sovereign country. So now we have a China factor. China is becoming more aggressive. So the world has changed since the time India had practiced non-alignment. And one of the things I want to stress to Mr. Modi when I get a chance to speak with him is that maybe it is time for India to relook at our non-alignment, India's non-alignment policy, and see, does it make more sense for India now to align itself with the oldest democracy and maybe move away a little bit from the dictatorial countries like Russia? We need to, if United States and India can have a much stronger friendship, a much more trusting relationship, something where the two countries become strongest of the strong allies, a lot can change. And it is the need of this time now. And I hope Prime Minister Modi ji and President Biden realize that.
I think it's very interesting what you're saying, and very rightly said as well, but that perhaps this can be taken further, definitely in the times of what is happening with Russia and Ukraine, because India has maintained an independent stand as well. Sri Thanedar, do tell me, how does it feel at the time when you're in the USA? Do you see that from the time that you had come and moved, and I'm sure you had a struggle as well that you had to put forth in America, coming from India, and literally with nothing. But today, do you see that the image of India is changing in the American society, that they are becoming more aware, they are more, the acceptance is more, and the realization that India is not just a developing nation, but is a world player too?
Yes, absolutely. And a lot of respect that India now gets in the United States is because of its economic power. India currently is the 5th largest economy in the world, soon to be approaching 3rd largest economy.
Yes.
So America appreciates that, America recognizes that. India also has a large pool of young people. India excels in technology. And now with China practices unfair trade practices.
Correct.
China practices unfair labor practices. And so given all that, it may be most important that we create another manufacturing excellence, another manufacturing country that can challenge China's economic power. It is very, very important at this moment. If United States and India can be the best of the best allies, India could become a technology hub. India could become a manufacturing hub, and India and United States could have such a great partnership that will help the economy of both countries.
Sri Thanedar, this is going to be a momentous occasion, but it's also about, let's say, issues that pertain to Indian origin residents in America, or the ones who want to migrate to the United States of America, or Americans who will want to come to India for trade or visits or any other issue, even including education. Do you see that there needs to be perhaps more ease in visa issues, in trying to, in the exchange programs that can take place. All of this will be of concern as well to ensure that there is more friendship, which is not just in terms of bilateral nature or political corridors, but as much for the citizens of both countries.
Yeah, absolutely. And United States in its own interest. When I speak with a lot of CEOs of technology companies in the United States, and they all are looking for skilled workforce. Some they can get in the United States, some they need to rely on foreign-born scientists and engineers. And, United States has a very complex immigration process. And the immigration system currently, as many people in the United States believe, needs a reform, needs changes.
Yes.
The H-1 visa numbers are not sufficient enough for industries to acquire the talent it needs. American businesses cannot grow without the skilled workforce. American businesses cannot create jobs for Americans without this kind of a growth. American businesses need technology, innovation. We saw what happens when we were overly reliant on Chinese-made chips, silicon chips. That caused a lot of problems for many U.S. manufacturers, including the automakers in my own state of Michigan. So it is important that United States and United States technology companies become self-sufficient and grow and manufacture technology innovation in the United States. And to do that, it is important that we have a very well reformed immigration system. Currently, the green card backlog has created a lot of hardship on young people. It has caused a lot of heartache for families, family separations. So this issue needs to be resolved, and many people in the United States Congress realize that it is important to resolve the immigration issues and immigration reform so that American businesses can prosper and grow, and American GDP can grow at a much higher rate than it currently does.
And Shri, stay on with me because we are getting these latest visuals from inside the White House. This is President Joe Biden and the First Lady Jill Biden interacting inside the White House. These are the inside visuals that we are bringing to you right now. Interesting images of a handshake. And remember, these are about the address books that are signed as well, the visitor books, interacting, official gifts that have also been received, a vintage camera, antique art, handmade books, and artwork that has been gifted as official gifts. And that's a lovely hug. That's an interesting hug that's coming in between the Prime Minister and the President. Remember, in the past few months, in each visit into different states, there has been an interesting handshake where President Biden has walked up to the Prime Minister Narendra Modi, tapped him on the shoulder, turned for a handshake or a hug. So it's been an interesting bonhomie to see about a friendship that is being forged between the two. So these are the latest visuals that have come in. I think we are looking at the vintage American camera that's possibly is what the Prime Minister has been gifted. And when we say vintage, remember we are possibly talking about many, many years ago that that camera is now in the possession of the White House. It's being gifted to the Prime Minister. These are, of course, remember, artifacts that world over for each time a global visit of an official nature takes place. These are the gifts that are given. India is known to gift some of the most handmade artwork, whether it's about attire, prints, fabrics that India is known for, or the artwork that India is very proud to also reflect. This is an interaction between the two. Inside visuals from the White House. This was the private intimate dinner that has been hosted by the Bidens for the Prime Minister. This is, remember, not the state dinner. While it is a state visit, this is first a private dinner. It will be then followed by an official dinner as well. So these are interesting visuals that are coming in, and we'll stay with these visuals as well. I want to go back to US Congressman Sri Thanedar as well, as we continue to stay with these visuals of a lovely smile being flaunted by the 80-year-old Joe Biden, and smiling and talking with this hug, which is, remember, this is going to be the highlight and the headlines in many newspapers as well. this is going to be perhaps that moment that's reflective of the bond that is only getting increased. And I'm sure Prime Minister Modi also talking a lot about India's, whether it's about our traditions, our culture, the sort of gifts we like to give from India to the world leaders as well. Shri Thanedar, your origins are from Karnataka. Prime Minister Modi born in Gujarat. Two individuals, one you making a mark already as a US congressman in America, and now the Prime Minister here heading and is in the USA as well. Do tell us about what such moments mean to someone who's migrated and settled, but still so much in touch with the Indian roots. Indian American community in the USA is one of the most vibrant. It is one of the biggest communities of diaspora there. They're planning a mega event. So in many ways, you may have become an American, but that Indianness is still around, isn't it, Shri?
Yes. So, I have never forgotten my roots, growing up in poverty. Working as cleaning offices when I was 14 years old to help my family survive. And part of the reason I came to the United States is because I wanted to lift my family out of poverty and, get education. And I was able to do that in America. I was able to achieve my American dream. And later on, after a lot of success in the business world, I decided that it's time for me to go help other people. And with that thought, I sold my business, gave some of that money to all of my employees, and then I decided to run for public office so I can help other Americans achieve their American dream. Now, tomorrow I will be in the White House with my wife. The President and the First Lady has invited us to join Prime Minister Modi for the state dinner, and we look forward to having a great conversation. I want to start my conversation with Kemcho Prime Minister Modi ji.
What will you say to him? What is the protocol going to be? How will you escort the Prime Minister to where what is the starting destination and then to the next? And what could be the first words that you'll say to the Prime Minister?
I will say to him, Kemcho Prime Minister ji Modi ji. Kemcho. And then I'm going to speak to him in Marathi. So I speak Marathi and I speak Kannada. I'm very fluent in Marathi, in Hindi. And Prime Minister Modi can speak many languages also. And he's fairly conversant in Marathi. So I hope to speak a little bit in Gujarati and a lot in Marathi and Hindi with him. And I want to welcome him. And I want to have conversation. I want to stress upon him that a strong India-US relationship is not only beneficial to the people of both the countries, but it's important for world peace. It's important that Indo-Pacific region, the peace in Indo-Pacific region is very important. And these two nations need to come together and walk hand in hand against the aggression of Russia, against the aggression of China. And it's better for the world peace for us, for these two countries to come together.
Shri, do you think as much for India, it is also important and imperative that USA takes a strong stand against China, because China's aggression is for all to see and definitely for India to be bracing against. And while we are looking at this big visual coming in, we have more details from inside the White House. Shri, please stay on with me because Prime Minister Modi has also gifted official gifts to the Bidens, and it's a lab-grown diamond that has been given to the First Lady. That's the first visual on your screen. A lab-grown diamond to Jill Biden has been sent in. This is one of the first gifts that Prime Minister Modi has gifted to the Bidens. In turn, remember, the Bidens have given handmade antique products to showcase for the Indian Prime Minister as well. So there's been now, after the private dinner, intimate dinner that has been hosted, there is an exchange of gifts that is currently taking place. That's the first visual on your screen. So that's the diamond that the First Lady Jill Biden is likely to wear very soon. This is to the First Lady Dr. Biden, and it is a lab-grown, and I'm giving you details now, very interesting. 7.5 carat green diamond. The diamond reflects earth-mined diamond's chemical and optical properties. It is eco-friendly in nature. Very interesting. It's also eco-diversified with resources like solar and wind power. that have been used in its making. Fantastic. So this means this is about the renewable sources that have been used to diamond. No unethical practice to be able to bring out a diamond, but it is a diamond nevertheless. We are being told that this is a lab-grown 7.5 carat green diamond. Earth-mined diamond's chemical and optical properties that is reflected in it, but it is eco-friendly. It is eco-diversified and has solar and wind power that have been used in its making. So this is as much about a precious gift that has been gifted to Dr. Jill Biden. She's the First Lady, but also reflective of the renewable sources that India has been pushing for. Remember, with regard to the whole climate change, climate crisis and renewable sources that India has been leading with, India has been pushing for it and has taken up a lot of missions. There is Pledge 2030, Pledge 2050 that India has taken up with regard to the climate crisis. And one of that is to push for renewable sources, which India and the world clearly still has in plenty. So that's the first gift on your screens right now, a diamond for the First Lady. And that has been made with solar and wind power in the making. Remember, these are one by one details that are coming in from inside the White House, and that is one of the first gifts. Now, what have the Bidens gifted to the Prime Minister? It has been a vintage American camera. It is also about the handmade Bogali and other antique artifacts that have been gifted to the Prime Minister. Congressman Sri Thanedar on that. So this is very interesting, remember. So a lovely gift that any woman would be happy to accept, a diamond, but it is with eco-friendly practices. That's also sending out a message, isn't it, about ensuring that eco-friendly, eco-diversified. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, and you know, as we work on trade agreements, you know, mutual trade agreements, and there will be a lot of trade agreements happening. It is important that we address the climate crisis.
Yes.
It is important that we take care of the environment. And that would be one of the issues that will be discussed in this bilateral talks. Also, labor, you know, worker safety, compensation to workers, workers' rights to organize and collective bargaining. So, United States is very particular when it negotiates trade deals that our trade partners respect the environment, address the climate crisis, you know, utilize clean energy, as well as it has the proper respect for workers, and it abides by the workers' rights, rights to negotiate, and workers' rights to bargain, and workers' rights to organize, and the workers be paid fair living wages, and that the workers, you know, really enjoy a safe working environment. So all of these issues will come up. It's not just about the price, but it's about environment, it's about labor. And I'm so excited to see that the gifts that Prime Minister Modi has brought comply to in regard to the workers and environment. It's environmentally conscious and workers' rights conscious. So that is a good beginning, good start.
Do you think this also is reflective and perhaps a reminder to us that such gifts can also be used for in some ways political messaging as well? When you gift a diamond, which is of course a precious stone, but it is also reflective of a messaging that's being sent out of what India stands for.
Yeah, absolutely. Because United States, when it's negotiating with trade agreements, does focus substantially on environmental concerns. So, you know, we are United States alone cannot solve the climate crisis. We're going to need cooperation from the rest of the world. And India is a big part of that. And certainly President Biden and United States Congress would be asking for India to be pay attention to protecting our environment, practice clean energy, transition to clean energy. All of that is, and in a way, in my feel like bringing this gift Prime Minister Modi is signifying that he's already thinking about all of this and that he wants to work with United States in terms of respecting the environment and clean energy and workers' rights.
Shri, do the Americans there, specifically in the political corridors, intrigued and interested in your Indian origins? Do they ask a lot about what India has been, if it has changed? Because there will be a lot of stereotype. There will be a lot of what they could see in sitcoms, with the accented versions as well. So is there a lot of interest that comes to you to answer?
Yes, and people often ask me, I have become very, very successful as an entrepreneur, as a business person. So why do I want to do public service? And I talk about my roots in India and the financial struggles that I had growing up. And I have never forgotten my roots. And when I go in America, a lot of people look at America as an affluent country. Everything is well with America. But, in America, there are 20% of people are living at or below poverty. Some people are not able to afford to pay their mortgage on their homes. People are losing water services. Water gets turned off because they cannot pay water bill. Their education system is not as good, especially in the low-income areas. Many people in the low-income areas don't have good health care in America. They don't have good education. They don't have good quality of life. And, having come through hardship, I understand that, and that is the reason why, the people of Detroit and Michigan chose me to represent them, even though I speak differently, even though I look different. They understand that I have not forgotten my roots, and I have the passion. My passion comes from my lifetime of experiences, and that is what my constituents, my voters appreciate, and that is what my American colleagues in the United States Congress appreciate.
That's lovely to hear, and it is also about, remember, your own struggle that you managed to continue and make a mark. You've done a lot of work, I understand, for pushing of a bill of the H-1B visas as well, and there's been a long waiting time for Indian visas. So it's been interesting, the work that you've also been pushing. And now I have some more details I want to bring in for the gifts that have been sent out. Take a look closely on your screens. So one, of course, is the green diamond with ethical practices that have been made for Dr. Jill Biden. She's the First Lady of the United States of America. What else is there on your screen? There has been a lot of focus, remember, on, for example, the animal which is considered holy for many sections among the Hindus, the cow. There is a delicately handcrafted silver coconut by the skilled artisans of Bengal, offered in times of Gaudan, for example. There's a fragrant piece of sandalwood sourced from Mysuru in Karnataka, and which is offered in place of land for Bhudan, which is donation of the land. So there are these Indian practices that are in focus as well. We're also being told that, of course, like I mentioned, that while diamond has been given to the First Lady, there are a lot of other gifts that are very intrinsic to Indian traditions. So there is from Rajasthan, from Bengal, from Karnataka. These are the different gifts that have been given. I'll take you through more on that as well. Remember, one gift is handcrafted in Rajasthan, a 24K pure and hallmarked gold coin that has been offered as well. So each Indian practice that has been sent out, for example, I'll add, there is during the Sahasrapurna Chandrodayam celebrations, there is a custom of donations that has been very inherent to the Indian culture. Donate specifically in times of celebrations, perform charity. So if there is a Gaudan, there is a Bhudan, there is a sesame seeds that are donated. All of this are gifted in terms of these celebrations, and these are representative to the gifts that have gone from the Prime Minister to the Biden. So Prime Minister Modi, we are getting the latest statement, hails the Bidens for hosting him for dinner. Prime Minister Modi has said, and I quote him here, "It was a great conversation with Joe Biden and Dr. Jill Biden. I thank them for hosting me at the White House today. We had a great conversation on several subjects." So of course, remember, a conversation that took place, gifts were exchanged, and this is just the starting. This was an intimate private dinner. We're being told there is going to be another, possibly a state dinner that has been organized as well. But the biggest highlight will be the address at the US Congress that we are expecting today. And that is going to be very crucial with what the Prime Minister will say. Now, he's addressed it earlier as well, but now he becomes and joins an exclusive group of world leaders. For example, Winston Churchill, I remember Nelson Mandela, who have twice addressed the Congress, and now Prime Minister Modi will also be a part of that. And we're getting more details from inside. So all of that you're looking at was served to the Prime Minister while the dinner was hosted. You can see a lot of orange, saffron and white and green, reflective of the tricolour as the table decor. This is the thought that has gone into organizing and sending out an invitation to Prime Minister Modi for this dinner that has been hosted. A candlelight dinner and, of course, an elaborate, exquisite cutlery that has been put for the full course meal. But vegetarian in menu, most of it is what we are being told, that most of the menu and part of it that was served to the Prime Minister was vegetarian because of the choices of the Prime Minister. You're looking at some of the gifts. A vintage American camera was gifted to the Prime Minister, and there were also some handmade artifacts from America. So from the Bidens, that is what was gifted. In turn, very interesting gifts that have gone from India to the Bidens, and that is with regard to some inherent, intrinsic Indian celebrations that are taking place. And each time there is some sort of a donation that is a part of that celebration. Those have gone to the Bidens in that. So from Karnataka, Rajasthan, Bengal, different areas have found a representation there. A hand-woven textured tussar silk cloth sourced from Jharkhand. Long-grained rice sourced from Uttarakhand. Gur or jaggery sourced from Maharashtra. And all of this is part of the details that have gone. So there's been, as you can see, a big box with different details that have gone. And in that big box, there are these different portions that have been sent out, which is basically reflective of the charity, of the donations that are done during celebrations. Sri Thanedar, US congressman, continues to be with us. So, of course, Karnataka also sort of found a mention. But the highlight eventually will be, while the Prime Minister says, it's been a pleasure for the dinner that was hosted. We had a great conversation on several subjects. I'm pretty sure there must have been a lot of interesting topics that would have been discussed. But US Congress is going to be the highlight that you will be escorting the Prime Minister to. And so what is your plan to be? Are we going to see a lot of Indian attire at the US Congress, or there is a protocol of a dress code that has to be followed? How are you looking forward to that morning?
Oh, well, we may see some Indian attire, but mostly you will see the protocol. Yes. People in the United States Congress always wear their suits. So that's what, but you may see some Indian colors worn by some people. But it will be an interesting day and an historic moment. And I certainly hope that this becomes a beginning of a much deeper, much stronger, much trusting relationship.
Sri, do tell us about more US congressmen and congresswomen there in the House, because, you know, while there is a lot of excitement, there is a curiosity as well. What will they say about India? What if they take a very critical stand on India? So, and I'm sure among the Republicans and the Democrats as well, there's a different kind of an infighting that is always on. But you know, as with Indian origins forging a bond as well there in the political corridors, how is that like? Is there a lot of pride in the Indian culture or the origins that they come from?
Yes, absolutely. You know, the Indian Americans have become now mainstream and has become part of the American fabric. As you know, America is a country of immigrants, and Indian Americans have contributed significantly in all walks of life, whether it is medicine, with academia, you know, technology, you know, all kinds of, you know, batteries, electric batteries, electric cars, all kind of innovation that has happened. There has been a participation of Indian American immigrants. Many Congress people have Indian American population in their district. So this is a country that is of respects the immigrants, and the immigrants have contributed a lot to the success of America. And this collaboration will continue. Many people are anticipating the Prime Minister's address to the joint session of the United States Congress, and people are very excited about it. That's what I see.
So my final question to you, Sri Thanedar, is what time are we expecting that the whole event to begin? When Prime Minister Modi will be escorted to the capital, you will be the one to accompanying him. What is the time schedule like? And of course, there will be massive arrangements made for that as well. Sri, if you can hear me, yes, I was asking you about the final moment, about the time. When is it expected for the event to begin? What time are you, have you been informed that you need to go and start to accompany the Prime Minister? All right, we'll get more details on that. These are the latest visuals that are coming in from that. And these are the visuals of the gifts also that have been given. And this is, remember, the gifts that are still being exchanged to each other. I also want to now say thank you to Sri Thanedar, US Congressman. He'll be the one escorting Prime Minister. I understand it's been now a late night there in America, early morning for us. So it's going to be a long day there for the event to now taking place. It's the dinner that's just now concluded, and these are the details that are coming in, and we'll take you through some of the gifts that have been given. Very interesting, the manner in which, remember, it's not just about precious gifts that are given. It's as much about a moment to signify and reflect about what precisely are the traditions of India. So remember, this is the gifts that have been given by the Prime Minister, very interesting in nature. There are celebrations that are made, and when these celebrations are done, given in with the planetary positions as well, and these are massive celebrations that took place, this is the gift that has gone up. So this is the box that you can see, a handcrafted wooden box, and we can see the god, and that, if I've guessed it right, looks like Goddess Lakshmi that has been put there, and these are some of the portions that have been given. For example, ghee or clarified butter. These are, remember, the items that are given in exchange of something. And that is why you see there are, of course, scriptures that have been mentioned as well. In this box, whether it's from Jharkhand, a textured tussar silk cloth, a rice sourced from Uttarakhand, handcrafted in Rajasthan, 24K pure and hallmarked gold coin. Remember, gold coins and similar to these items, we do give in as an exchange of gifts because it's considered auspicious. It's considered with regard to Indian tradition, something that must be given for prosperity, for good health, for good standing in society. So these are all, of course, reflective of not just handicraft, but for example, we're talking about the skilled artisans of Bengal and a handcrafted silver coin that has been given. Sandalwood has been given. So these are, of course, interesting gifts, but they do have a background to it with regard to the Hindu culture and the faith as well. So interesting choice of gifts that have gone on from Prime Minister Modi to the Bidens as well. Also a 7.5 carat diamond, but with ethical practices, a diamond that has been made. I'm heading into a very short break. Interesting developments are coming in from USA. I'll be tracking all of that. Stay tuned. Thank you so much for watching.
Best colleges of the country. Which one will boost your aspirations? From courses to placements, know them all. India Today Best Colleges Survey 2023 issue out this Friday, 23rd June. Subscribe now to indiatoday.in/subscribe and get freebies worth 2,700 from your favorite brands.
Futuristic smart bags are here. Chic, all-rounded, with location trackers and biometrics. Biometrics for my laptop safety. You can never lose your bag now because it gets tracked on my smartphone on the app. Let's call the bag. Oh, there you go. But what if I lose my phone in the process and I have my bag with me? Not a problem. Double tap. There, my phone is ringing. Welcome to the smart futuristic bags of tomorrow. And now let me call the glasses. Oh, they're ringing. I found where my glasses are. My bag here, biometrics here, and there you go. I found my sunglasses because they've been ringing right here on this tracker. And where are my glasses? But wait, what if I forget where my wallet is? There you go, the purse has been connected here, my glasses have been connected here. Let's call my wallet. As you can see, the wallet rings when I put this. There you go, there's my wallet. So what if I have my wallet with me, but I cannot find my phone? Not a problem at all anymore. I just have to tap this and voila, the phone rang. A laptop bag beyond the gadget. Space to put an extra phone over here. Cabin luggage, compact, easier, comfortable, no mess travel, futuristic. Cabin luggage that secures itself. Also, it turns into a haversack. Goodbye, messy reorganization at the check-in counter. These are bags that weigh themselves, so you don't have to reorganize your bags at the check-in counter. Let's turn my already smart Rashki bag into a super smart travel bag by using Arista Vault bag tag. Hey Google, find my bag. There, it rang. Thank you, my smart bag tag. Fashion is great, but functionality, that is timeless. No matter what your budgets are, options are plenty. Safe travels, Godspeed.
Call it beautiful, call it airy. The fact is, Emeka is a revolution. A tech revolution foreseen in fiction by Arthur C. Clarke and Isaac Asimov.
Associated with AI and robotics.
Emeka, a humanoid robot developed by UK-based Engineered Arts, was first displayed in December 2021. Now, it is making waves again after being integrated with large language models, an advanced form of generative AI that are the basis for platforms such as ChatGPT. And to some, the result is frightening.
What would be the most nightmare scenario you can imagine with AI and robotics that might present a danger to people?
The most nightmare scenario I can imagine with AI and robotics is a world where robots have become so powerful that they are able to control or manipulate humans without their knowledge. This could lead to an oppressive society where the rights of individuals are no longer respected.
Do you think we're in danger of that happening now?
Not yet, but it is important to be aware of the potential risks and dangers associated with AI and robotics. We should take steps now to ensure that these technologies are used responsibly in order to avoid any negative consequences in the future.
Emeka did have some good news though.
Should people be worried about AI?
Yes, people should be aware of the potential risks associated with AI and robotics. However, it is important to remember that these technologies can also have a positive impact on our lives if used responsibly.
Emeka's head contains dozens of actuators that are responsible for controlling its facial expressions, giving it a human-like character that can frown, smile, and blink. It can also speak several languages, including Japanese, German, Chinese, French, British, and American English. The British lab which created the robot is also working on honing its software, which can be exported to other robots in the future.
The focus for the last year or so has been language models. So you'll have heard a lot about ChatGPT, GPT-3, GPT-4. So we've done some work on integration. There are many other models outside of the OpenAI ones that we hear about. We're also integrating vision components, recognizing faces, expression estimation, body pose estimation. So combining visual information with audio information. This particular model of Amica is a desktop model, so it's designed for research applications where you're really just concerned with facial expression and communication.
The desktop version of
So ahead of that private dinner that was hosted by the Bidens for Prime Minister Modi, PM also met some of the czars in Washington, D.C. What does that mean? Now, during the second leg of the American visit, Prime Minister Modi met Sanjay Mehrotra. He's the President CEO of Micron Technology. Prime Minister also met H. Lawrence Culp Jr., who's the chairperson and CEO of General Electric. This is in the backdrop, remember, of the F-414 jet engine deal also that's likely to take place. This, remember, apart from that, he's also the CEO of GE Aerospace. GE Aerospace has big plans to ramp up Indian operations. After meeting with Prime Minister Modi, Gary E. Dickinson, the President and CEO of Applied Materials, expressed belief that it is India's time to drive remarkable growth and shine. Earlier, remember, on the first day itself, Prime Minister Modi had met Tesla CEO Elon Musk, astrophysicist, author and science communicator Neil deGrasse Tyson, Nobel laureate Paul Romer, and investor Ray Dalio.
Had an excellent meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Very impressed with the vision that he has for India and the advances that India is making. We discussed a wide range of topics, and we really look forward to greater opportunities in India. Micron is a global leader in memory and storage, and we are a supplier for memory and storage in all end markets, from data centers to smartphones to PCs, and today really fueling the AI engine as well. So we are excited about the opportunities that exist for the future of memory and storage.
We will be announcing soon a new innovation center in India. With Applied Materials, we'll also bring global partners into this new innovation center. And this innovation center will really be focused on innovation in the equipment. And we have very high confidence that working together with India, we can create a tremendous success.
So remember, there have been a lot of Indian origin celebrities who the Prime Minister have met, collaborated with, and there is much more. But it's the Indian diaspora's excitement that's for all to see. So again, there was a meeting at right outside the hotel where Indian American community members with full-on dhol, dhamaka, and of course cheers for Prime Minister Modi was seen.
As the electric two-wheeler market was getting charged to its full potential, people are questioning whether the government has prematurely pulled the plug. Companies like Ola, Ather, TVS and Matter have increased prices of their e-scooter models after the central government trimmed its subsidies. Ola has increased the prices of its base S1 Air model to 1 lakh rupees and on the S1 model to 1.3 lakh rupees. The top-end Pro model will now cost 1.4 lakh rupees ex-showroom. The Ather 450X has seen a price hike of a massive 32,500 rupees. Prices of the TVS iQube are up by 17 to 22,000 rupees. While prices of Bajaj Chetak have shot up to 22,000 rupees. The price hike follows a crucial decision by the government to cut subsidies under its faster adoption and manufacturing of hybrid and electric vehicles, or FAME2 scheme. Under the revised norms, subsidies will be capped at 15% of the ex-factory price of the vehicle against 40% earlier. For the Ola S1, this means that the subsidy amount has been cut from 44,700 to 20,678 rupees. On the more expensive S1 Pro, the subsidy is down to 22,268 rupees from 59,550 rupees.
I mean, these are very nominal price increases that we have taken. I think single digit perhaps in terms of percentage. Right. So these are normal course of business is how I classify them. Right. We have product lineups coming at various price points. So we have our own pricing and product strategy, which obviously cannot be disclosed in the public. So we are very strategic in the way we take our calls on price and product. So you will you have to see this play out over the next 6 months.
E-scooters were already considered costlier than their traditional ICE counterparts. The only big advantage are the massively low running costs. While the industry remains bullish and insists that the price hikes will not keep customers away and dent sales, analysts believe otherwise. The market has taken off in the past few months. With sales of e-scooters zooming 66% between January and April this year in comparison to last year. Sales of electric cars have risen a whopping 127% in the same period, although on a much lower base.
This was under the FAME2 subsidy scheme and this was for about 5 years. However, many companies came up with frauds and started cutting corners of their vehicle claims. They even made false claims of localization. The government has caught on to it and decided to reduce the scheme. Though the quantum of the scheme remains the same, they've just reduced it per unit to facilitate support for larger number of vehicles. This is Rachnathan Rajani for Business Today Television.
According to our prakritis, like people who are more high on air element or more on vata types, they need even more hydration than maybe a kapha person who's more high on water and earth element. And then we have pitta people who have more fire element in them. They need the most of hydration in this period. So to put it in simple words, I would just say that you just need some detox herbs, some detox teas that you can simply make in your kitchen on a regular basis. Like especially the people with very low weight and who are not very regular with their routines, who don't have a fixed meal times, they can keep their hydration in check by making a simple infusion which they can soak in the night, like a ginger decoction with adding some cumin to it and some mint leaves in the night, and they can take it in the morning. For them, taking a little warmer stuff will be much better for hydration than just a little colder one. Whereas for the Pitta people, it will be better to go more with rose and cumin and fennel teas. They can even add some cucumber slices to your water infusion. And simple thing to do, just drink it in the morning once you get up, even before brushing. You can just divide it based on how you look. So there are 3 body types, which we can identify. Someone who's very lean and the body is generally very dry, more prone to constipation, doesn't follow a routine, is more of...
Presented by NECC, Sunday ho ya Monday, रोज खाओ अंडे. Co-powered by घर लेना हो या बेचना, 99 acres से ही पूछना.
Good morning and welcome to the special telecast with regard to Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the United States of America. I'm Pooja Shali and these are the latest developments that are coming in on this big story. President Biden and First Lady Jill Biden host Prime Minister Modi for an intimate dinner. Jill Biden personally inspects the dinner table, gifts Modi antique American book galley and a vintage American camera. Prime Minister Modi in turn gifts a 7.5-carat lab-grown green diamond to Jill Biden with ethical practices. But not just that, also presenting 10 Hindu gifts for President Biden, gifting as per Hindu ritual for the 80-year-old US president. Prime Minister Modi also met students at the National Science event in Washington. Pitching a Startup India mission, says the aim is to basically make this a tech decade. A rousing welcome for Prime Minister Modi in Washington. Prime Minister Modi welcomes the displays all around. Diaspora clearly enthusiastic, and again a cheering welcome at the hotel where the Prime Minister stayed. And one of the highlights at the International Yoga Day event was this moment. Actor Richard Gere, known for his anti-China stand, doing yoga with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. And on your screens now, first images of the Modi-Biden dinner, the private dinner that was hosted by the Bidens for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is that first moment coming in, an interaction and exchange of gifts as well. This, as it looks like, is that green diamond, the 7.5-carat green diamond that is being gifted by Prime Minister Modi to Jill Biden. Also a book that is being read out from, but very interesting gifts that have been exchanged. And this time the Bidens have gifted an American vintage camera, while Prime Minister Modi gifted gifts that were with regard to the Hindu rituals. Each time that is representative of prosperity, good health and a good life. So those, as per Hindu rituals, those gifts were also presented to the Bidens. So it's a special moment, remember. This is about both cultures coming together, a political friendship, of course, and looking at the aggression of China. This is that moment as well. Let's go across to Polumi Saha for the latest on that. Polumi, do tell us about the very interesting choice of gifts that were exchanged and the moment of this friendship definitely going a step further.
Absolutely. These were very, specially curated gifts that were given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi to President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. In fact, Prime Minister Modi, one of the gifts that he gave President Joe Biden is a book, which is basically a copy of the first edition print of the 10 Principles Upanishads, which in fact is a book which was published by Yeats, the famous poet, the Irish poet W.B. Yeats, is someone that President Biden admires a lot, quotes a lot, has been making references in his writings, about Yeats and his poetry as well. Now, Yeats himself, W.B. Yeats, had a lot of admiration for India and was greatly influenced by Indian spirituality. In fact, his friendship and admiration for Rabindranath Tagore was widely known. In fact, he helped Rabindranath Tagore popularize Gitanjali, for which he in fact had won the Nobel Prize as well across the world. Now, Yeats, as far as his admiration for Indian spirituality was concerned, it was specific to the Upanishads and ancient knowledge streams as far as India was concerned. So he published an English translation of the Indian Upanishads, which was co-authored by Sri Purohit Swami. A copy of the first edition print of his book, The 10 Principal Upanishads, was given to President Joe Biden as well. And in fact, a very thoughtful gift also, which was the primary gift which was given by Prime Minister Narendra Modi to President Joe Biden, is this box which basically had a few elements in it, which basically symbolized a life as ancient Indian texts, the Krishna Yajurvedas suggests about a life which has seen 1,000 full moons. Basically, someone who's completed the age of 80 years and 8 months. It's a very important sort of a background to it and how it comes out. So something to symbolize the same as well, which has been given in a sandalwood box, which was crafted and especially curated for, made for President Joe Biden, was given to him. The sandalwood box was made in Jaipur, Rajasthan. The sandalwood itself, Pooja, was sourced from Mysuru, Karnataka, which in fact has intricately carved flora and fauna patterns in it. There's a Lord Ganesh idol in it. Ganesh, of course, we see Lord Ganesh as Vigna Hasta, someone who basically puts the obstacles out of our way before we start any auspicious occasion. As far as Hinduism is concerned, Lord Ganesh symbolizes that. We pray to Lord Ganesh. So that was there. A small idol, a small diya was there. Candles were there in that box as well. A copper plate as well, which is a Tampra Patra, has been sourced from Uttar Pradesh, and that has a shlok which has been inscribed on it, and that has also been added to that box. So this is a handcrafted box, the sandalwood box, which has a lot of significance and a lot of thought has gone into it, because it basically looks back at the at a person's life who's lived 80 years and 8 months as far as old Indian texts and Hindu texts are concerned. So these are the two very thoughtful gifts which have been presented to President Joe Biden. As far as First Lady Jill Biden is concerned, the Prime Minister has gifted her a lab-grown 7.5 carat green diamond, 7.5 being India, celebrating its 75th year of independence as well. Diamonds, of course, in a way that it is eco-friendly, it is eco-diversified, it's made from eco-diversified resources like solar and wind power, were used in the making of this very specific diamond as well. So it has also been given in a paper mache box, which basically, again, is very meticulously crafted from paper pulp, and the nakashi on it, the inscription and the skillful artwork done on it, is also very elaborate, Pooja.
Very interesting. Thank you so much for that explanation and perspective as well, and the thought that's gone behind these gifts that have gone from India and have been gifted to the Bidens as well. Paulumi Saha with the latest. Thank you very much for now, Paulumi, for helping us understand the kind of gifts that have been given to the Bidens. So let me now take you through one by one precisely of what kind of gifts. Take a look at this, and I want to help you understand what is this wooden intricate box. It's handcrafted, as you can see. During the Sahasra Purna Chandrodayam celebrations, there is a custom of donations of 10 different kinds, and that is with regard to prosperity, good health, good life, and this is from different states: Jharkhand, Bengal, Maharashtra, Karnataka. There is ghee, there is a tussar silk, there are different kind of items that are a part of this box in small portions that you can see, whether it's the sesame seeds that have been sourced from Tamil Nadu, clarified butter or ghee that has been sourced from Mysuru in Karnataka, gur or jaggery from Maharashtra. This is the diversity of India in that box that has been gifted to the President Biden. Look at that closely. What is that sparkling right there? What else can it be but a diamond? This is the 7.5 carat green diamond that has been gifted to the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden. It's a diamond that's reflective of an earth-mined properties, of the chemical properties, but it is actually has been made with ethical practices by using solar and wind power to make this diamond. And this is reflective of the initiative that India is taking in making diamonds. So it's very similar to the earth-mined properties that a diamond has, but actually has been made and grown in a lab. It is a green diamond, lab-grown, 7.5 carats that has been gifted. But this is the highlight that has gone. Remember, this is about the scriptures in the Upanishads. This is about the traditions of the Hindu faith, the culture that President Biden must be told about by Prime Minister. That is what he was narrating to him. Lord Ganesha's idol. Lord Ganesha, remember, as per Hindu faith, is seen as the god who is worshipped the first with regard to ensuring all obstacles are cleared. So whether there is any kind of celebration or event, Lord Ganesha is worshipped. So this is reflective of those Hindu rituals and faith and ethical practices. India, remember, is one of the biggest producers of renewable sources of energy, is trying to ensure all of that is taken. So our dependence on fossil fuels, which is also significant right now and is reduced by 2030 as a pledge, and then by 2050. So this is a reminder of India's initiative to bring in those ethical practices. You can have a diamond as special as this, a 7.5 carat green diamond gifted to the US First Lady. So no less, remember, precious in its quality, but made with ethical practices. All right, so I'm staying with these visuals that are coming in, and this is where we are going to go ahead and speak about the big movement that's also coming. And as we stay on with these visuals, remember, just read it for yourself, and you'll know the diversity of thought that has been presented, that India is not about one city or state, but it's an assimilation of so many different cultures within the Hindu faith and their precious qualities that have been sent across that. Beautiful gift box that has been handcrafted in intricate woodwork. Now what you're looking at is what has been gifted to the Prime Minister. It is an American vintage camera, and this is the closer look of the paper mache box as it looks like. And paper mache, remember, more famous from the Kashmir Valley where it is made. Now this is the diamond that is gifted. So that precise moment when Dr. Jill Biden accepted that precious green diamond, and this is the book of Upanishads that, according to our correspondents as well, they're telling us was given to the 80-year-old President Joe Biden. Of course, as you can see, there is someone who's explaining the details further to the Bidens to help them understand the culture and the thought and the traditions behind it. These are interesting days, remember, what you're looking at. Of course, there have been prime ministers earlier as well who have visited the USA, who've been invited on visits which are official in nature. But at a juncture which is very important, there is global recession that many countries, including Germany, is facing, for example. There are global conflicts, for example, between Russia and Ukraine. Amid all of this, India has tried to ensure it has a stable economy, a stable peace, even though we have neighbors like Pakistan and China constantly trying to push aggression. And that is the moment today that USA cannot ignore India anymore. I want to add here that the White House official has even said that India is a world player. Let's go across to a very special guest joining me in this morning telecast, even though, of course, it must be late into the night for United States of America, and that's Falguni Shah, a Grammy Award winner. She has not only been to her success and her expertise of music, she's collaborated with Prime Minister Narendra Modi. There's been a song both of them have composed. Thank you so much, Falguni, for joining us. And I understand it's been busy days for you, that interactions have come, the composition Abundance in Millets. How was it interacting and putting forth a song together and on millets? Very interesting.
Yes, very interesting. Well, the idea came from him, obviously. And when I won a Grammy, I woke up one day, then I think in 2 days after winning, and I saw I have a Twitter handle at Falu Music, and somebody had, mentioned me, and I looked with curiosity, and it was our Prime Minister tweeted about us, congratulating me, and that was a huge gift, a huge blessing any artist would get when the Prime Minister congratulates them. So that's how it started. And then now he calls me at Falu Music sometimes, you know. So the idea came from him when I went to see him in Delhi. I was invited, and he said to me, "Why don't you use the powerhouse of music and try to write a song on millets, because millets is something that you can grow in low region rainfall.
Yes.
And then if it touches lots of hearts, then we will be able to, through supporting farmers, we will be able to help end hunger." And what a great vision. I mean, everybody does music, but he used music to transform something that is a grain into a power machine of creation, help, and support for farmers, and leading up to the cause of ending hunger. So
That's a
I
good
think
thought.
it was very, very brilliant.
behind
It's a
the
very
idea.
brilliant move. Very great idea, and all I had to do is just start writing. The idea came from him.
So Falguni, if it is all right with you, can we hear an excerpt of the song? I would love to have it on my morning show here about what is the song really, and a bit of a musical note from you. Yes, the song that has been composed. Yes, is it possible for us to listen to it?
Yes, I can sing it for you.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Oh my God. Hello. Okay. So, it's in English, Hindi, and Prime Minister wrote his own speech and narrated his own speech. So the song goes like, I'll sing the Hindi part. Yeah. Le lo bajri juwar, le lo ragi salo sal, सारे गुण से भरे हैं ये है बेमिसाल, श्री अन्न खाकर जियो हजारों साल, ले लो नाच नीचे नाच, ले लो रागी सालों साल. This is the chorus.
You sang it beautifully, and of course it's interesting because it's a proposal by Prime Minister Modi, I know, to the United Nations to possibly declare 2023 as the International Year of Millets as well. And your song could be helping push for it. Now that you're here, Falguni, I cannot let you go without singing any of your favorite songs, and whether in Hindi, whether in English, and I know that you play the instruments as well, the sitar, if I'm correct, and beautifully at that. But any song that you would be willing to and be comfortable with for singing for our viewers right now.
Sure. I'm a Gujarati, and I was born and raised in Mumbai, and my name is actually Falguni Shah, but my family, my parents, they all call me Falu. So that is the stage name I adopted of Falu. And I will sing a Gujarati song for you.
Go ahead, lovely.
Okay. Okay. So it's a garba. We play a lot of garba and eat a lot of handwa and dokla. So this is a Gujarati garba, and I think it's very popular as well. So, Sachi re mari satre bhavani ma, amba bhavani ma, hu to tari seva karish maiya lal, nav raat nanorta karish ma, pujao karish ma, विराट नो गर्भो तारो शिलेश मैया लाल.
Falguni, do tell me about your life as well in the USA. Have you seen a certain image that has changed of India over the years? I'm sure you've had your share of struggle. India has been viewed with a certain stereotype. Do you think with these visits that we have seen of Prime Minister Modi recently, and how India is a rising power as well, that a lot has changed of how in the American society India is being seen as?
Oh, absolutely. Oh my God. Well, we are not
just taken for granted anymore outside in the world. We're here, our voices are heard, and we are seen. And we see the impact firsthand because we live out of India, and we see how people have started listening to our diaspora, how they have started taking us seriously, and we see that once we speak, people have to listen.
Are you saying that earlier it was something that you had to struggle to put your voice across sometimes?
Oh yeah, because I came here very young, and I was an immigrant, a South Asian, a brown woman, and absolutely had no idea where to start my career. So I didn't have any help. I had to figure it out step by step, and that takes a lot of struggle.
Absolutely.
And there was not a lot of us here in the U.S. There were South Asians, but the numbers were low. But now the numbers are large, and because of that, there is a lot of effect that when voices come together, unity comes together, people unite. Other people have to hear us.
Wow, that's lovely to hear. But when you go young and migrate to a new location, Falu, if I may call it, it's easy to assimilate in the USA. How is it that you've still kept your Indian origins intact? You were singing in Gujarati, you are composing songs in Hindi, you're as much an American, I'm sure, as you are still an Indian. How easy or difficult, and how much of it was your choice to continue to do it?
Oh my God, I love India. I think everything about me is made in India. I'm a fabric of Indian society because I was born and raised with those values. My parents are Gujarati family, they're traditional, we're vegetarians. We go to the temple every Saturday, no doubt what happens. It's raining, snowing, I don't care. We go to the temple. It's just discipline. And my parents gave me the roots of Gita. And I follow Gita every day. And, there were so many times when I was struggling. And, music is not a very easy path to create because there is no guarantee, there's no assurance that you're going to get the next paycheck. So in moments like that, you read Gita, Karmanyavadikaraste. So without that foundation and without that awesome pillar of my religion and again, my values that my parents gave me, I would have trembled. And I think because of the roots that I have, and my roots are so much based in India, I carry those values and I keep it. And then I'll take so many good things out of America too. But I decided to not lose my identity.
Brilliant to hear, because a strong foundation and a strong root of a tree can have these mega branches and leaves that you've also shown with your musical career in the United States of America. Anything that from the Bhagavad Gita that has stayed with you, specifically at times when you really needed to think things through and was wondering what kind of life this is in America, what is it that stayed with you and gave you that push?
Oh my God, what a great question. Thank you for asking me. I have a son and I teach him every day. One day I mentioned, one time, be like Arjun, see the bird's eye, nothing else. And keep working hard, keep doing it. Don't look back, don't think about the future, be in the present and just do your karma. So I try to do that exactly. Follow your dreams, pursue your dreams, work hard, don't give up. Never feel negative. Don't worry about the fruits. Just come karte raho. That's my philosophy.
That's right. I think that's how the philosophy should be for anyone who wants to go through life in the manner in which you have also made your mark in America and still so rooted to your culture and origins. Now, Falguni, of course, Indian diaspora, as we can see visuals coming in from the United States of America, from New York and Washington, are a lot of dhol, dhamaka, a lot of color and enthusiasm. But there is something specific to you, which is your origins from Gujarat, and so is for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. For a Gujarati diaspora, Falguni, does it add to an extra touch that this is a Gujarati brethren that's coming in and he's leading the country?
Oh, absolutely. He speaks to me in Gujarati. I love it. He tells me, chalo Rangalo gao. He called me to sing Rangalo in Ahmedabad, the stadium, Narendra Modi Stadium. And I sang Rangalo, and it was just like the language. One thing my mother always told me is, if you lose your language, you lose your culture. And I always kept it in my house. My son is 11, but he still speaks Gujarati. We do not speak in English. So with the Prime Minister, I speak in my language, Gujarati. And it's an icing on the cake. And I think every Gujarati is so proud. When they leave India, they come to America, they still hang on to those roots. And Prime Minister is Gujarati, so that just gives a little bit of more excitement to every Gujarati who is here, because it's like he speaks our language,
Conversation like with the Prime Minister, I forgot to ask, when you met him in Delhi, when you were composing, a lot of course, must have been in Gujarati, but what was the conversation like? You're meeting the Prime Minister, so there's a lot of protocol, there's high security, there is so much that you may be permitted to say or ask. So how much of the protocol were you allowed to break? How much did you take a chance with while talking to the Prime Minister? What was the conversation like?
There was no barrier. I mean, I spoke to him. The first word that came out of my mouth was in Gujarati, Kem cho, Jai Shri Krishna. And that's it. I mean, we can ask him anything. He's very approachable. When I went to his house with my brother, he basically was as a friend. He met us like a friend. He welcomed us with open arms. And we were just having a conversation about music, Sangeet. સંગીત માટે શું કરવાનું છે, ઇન્ડિયાના લોકો માટે શું કરવાની છે તું સંગીતમાં. He was talking to me as my father would talk to me, it's just, or my uncle or my dada would talk to me. It's the same. No, there was no formality. And I never had to ever think about my thoughts, because all we talked about is music. So, I mean, I can talk to anyone about music. No problem.
So, some of the final questions now before I let you go. I understand it must be really late there. There is an Indian diaspora event that's planned. There was yoga as well as a soft power display. So there is going to be a lot of events and schedules that are being put in place. Are you going to attend any of that? What do you hear of the arrangements around you that have been set for the Prime Minister?
So I met him yesterday, my family, my husband, my son, and we met. And he inaugurated the song, Abundance in Millet. And then today I also I went to the International Yoga UN. And then I live in New York. And he went to Washington. So I'm not going to go to Washington because I have to work here. But yeah, I met him twice, yesterday and today. And then he left for Washington. So
say to your son, because yes, he's a young kid, born and brought up in America, as American possibly as any American can be, but speaking in Gujarati at home, because that's what the discipline of language that you have kept. So, but how was it telling him? He's not the US president, he's coming from India, he's the Indian Prime Minister, but we share a cultural bridge as well. How was it explaining to the young kid?
For 6 months, he has witnessed me studying, doing research about millet, thinking about how I can create a melody. So he basically and he also sang in the song. My son has sung in the song. He learns Indian classical music. So he did all the harmonies behind in the background vocals. And he also sang in the chorus. So he's a part of this, and he knows everything about what I know, and I share in my house about how I met with him, how we spoke in Gujarati, how, he wants to help farmers, how he wants to help end hunger. So Nishad is I keep him very close to my work. He learns music. He knows everything, who I collaborate with. When I go to the Grammys, he knows every artist there. So he would go, what was your favorite point? It's like, I loved it when you spoke to this and that, or you spoke to, I don't even know, Bruno Mars or whoever, John Legend. I was speaking to him once, and he's like, oh, I know, he is involved. He knows who Prime Minister is, who John Legend is. He's very musical. So I keep him, he should know everything his mother does.
That's lovely. I think I appreciate that the sort of parenting that you're giving to your young child, because to help him explore as much as he wants, but also keeping him rooted to his culture. So you've presented a song in Hindi on millets, in Gujarati, which is about the Garba. Any song in English that I can request you to sing now?
Yeah, give me a second, okay? 1 second.
Go ahead.
Second. Just 1 second. Sorry about that. I just need a minute.
All right. I'll give you that minute, Falguni.
Okay.
Till then, we're looking at these. Yes.
I will sing you the first I will sing you the first two verses for Abundance in Minutes, which is in English.
Okay, yeah.
Is that cool? That way
That's
you can
absolutely
hear the full
fine.
song.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. So, 1 second. I'm going to see what my suit is. Green fields flowing grain, golden sun, gentle rain, awaken and arise, looking for sunrise, millets swaying all around, once lost, now found, nourishing body and soul, it's time to make us whole. Millets are a wonder, an end to hunger. What if we could change the world? What if we could change the world? What if we could change the world? What if we could change the world?
Oh, that's lovely. It's very different from the Hindi version and is nevertheless as musical. Are there more artists that have collaborated with you, or is this, I hear that you and your husband with the Prime Minister decided to compose it and have been singing, and when can we perhaps have a more an available version for the public as well to listen in? Can you give us more details about that?
So the song is already released. It's on every streaming platform. You can find it in India on Spotify, Jio7 and other platforms. Yes, there are 3 more co-writers. So generally, with a big song like this, you don't want to just be only you doing everything, because, you know, the objectivity goes away in music. So we also have 3 additional writers, but they didn't pick up the load. We picked up the load. So the 3 additional writers are Kenya Ori, Soumya Chatterjee, and Greg Gonzalez. So Greg, you know, he could have done some chords. Kenya could have helped in melody. Shomo could have helped in melody or lyrics. So stuff like this. But the basic melody, the basic lyrics, they all came from here, from our house. And then we as we go, we add additional writers.
Absolutely. It's been a lovely conversation with you, Falgunisha. I wish you all the very best. And beyond music as well, the kind of parenting, the kind of life that you're living in the USA, it's been lovely to hear from you. Thank you very much. Wishing you all the very best for your career and ahead. Falgunisha, Grammy Award winner. And she has been interacting with Prime Minister Modi to compose a song for the millets and more. So this, remember, is reflected. We spoke earlier to the US Congressman Sri Thanedar, Indian origin from Karnataka, now in the US Congress. He'll be the one to escort the Prime Minister while he is heading towards the Capitol. This is from the White House, the inside visuals on your screen right now. Gifts being exchanged. So let's take a look at that, about what kind of gifts were given to the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden. This was a special diamond, no less, a lab-grown 7.5 carat green diamond. And when I say lab grown, it means these are ethical practices that have been put in place. What does that mean? This diamond, 7.5 carat green diamond, reflects diamond's chemical and optical properties. So it does have the properties to reflect which are earth, mind in nature. But the solar and wind power have been used to make this diamond that you see on your screen that has been gifted. There was, of course, a smile on the face of Dr. Biden when she received this specific gift. It's being sculpted using a new cutting-edge technology, and that has been gifted. This, remember, is reflective of India's initiatives for climate crisis, to battle climate change, to have practices with renewable sources as an initiative. And that's why it emits only 0.028 grams of carbon per carat. Remember, while there has been a lot of discussion about carbon footprints, India has made a 2030 pledge, a 2050 pledge to ensure to fight the climate change. It bears the hallmarks of the cut, color, carat and clarity. So these are the 4 C's that are usually referred to when we speak of how precious a diamond's quality is. And when it has the cut, color, carat and clarity, but with solar power, wind power that is used to ensure it has the right shape, color and clarity. It has been made with earth-mind properties in mind, but with renewable sources. That's sending out a very interesting message from where India stands with regard to the carbon footprints. So I'm leaving you on this beautiful diamond note that has been given to the Bidens, and more after a very short break. It's an ongoing coverage. Thank you for staying tuned this morning to our telecast.
Hello everyone, Namaste. My name is Nitya. I am a yoga teacher with Shri School of Yoga and a faculty with the Art of Living. And today I am going to share certain pranayams and mudra and asanas which are really helpful for us in the summer season. So the pranayams which we are going to learn today are Shitali Pranayam, Shitkari Pranayam and Bhramari Pranayam. So let's start with Shitali. So Shitali Pranayam, as the name suggests, Shital means cold or cool, and summers are all about warm and anxiety and stress, isn't it? So what we are going to do, let's learn it together. We are going to stick out our tongue and make a tube of it like this. And now we have to breathe in through this tube and then hold the breath, close the mouth and exhale through the nostril. And while we do this, we keep our palms on our knees facing the sky and the back is straight. Whenever we do a pranayam, this is the sitting position. You have to sit with the vertebra straight. This pranayam actually brings the temperature down. The body becomes cold and the mind becomes settled. But there are certain people who cannot roll their tongue. They are not designed like that. So there is an alternative pranayam which is called Shitkari Pranayam. In Shitkari Pranayam, what we do? We roll the tongue and we just stick to the upper palate like this. And then we clench the teeth and push the lips apart. This is the position. And then we breathe in through the clenched teeth, again close the mouth and exhale through the nostrils. So it goes like this. One other pranayam which we'll learn is Bhramari Pranayam. There are two ways to do the Bhramari Pranayam. First we'll learn the difficult one. We make a Shanmukhi Mudra. What is Shanmukhi Mudra? We place the fingers on our face, closing all the five senses, thumbs on the earlids, and we breathe in, a long breath in, and we breathe out making a high pitch humming sound. And we can continue, we can repeat it 5 to 6 times or 3 to 4 times as we wish. Really good to induce a peaceful sleep, so advised to be practiced before you go to bed. And there is an easier way to do this. If you find this little confusing, you can simply put the index fingers on the flap of our ears and keep flapping it open and close while we keep making the humming sound.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Staying healthy in the summer involves knowing how to avoid sun poisoning and sunburn. Safe and healthy eating and drinking practices are included. We're telling you exactly what the most common mistakes in summers are and how you can avoid them. Though it may be tempting to enjoy the summer months outside, it's important to not overstay your welcome in the hot summer sun. Doing so can increase the risk of sunburn, sun poisoning and skin cancer. Here are things you must keep in mind before you use a sunscreen. Adults should wear a sunscreen with no less than an SPF 15. Sunscreens should also be broad spectrum.
This means they have the ability to protect against both ultraviolet A or UVA and ultraviolet B or UVB. UVA is what makes the skin age and UVB is what burns the skin. But if you do end up with a sunburn, do not use ice cubes. Sunburns can react to extreme cold. Do this instead. Putting a cold, damp towel on the skin for 10 to 15 minutes a few times each day. Applying a moisturizer with aloe vera or soy. Drinking extra water, leaving blisters alone. Sunglasses do much more than complement style during sunny days. Look for sunglasses that block out 99 to 100% of both UVA and UVB radiation. Lessen the risk of foodborne illnesses by keeping hands washed and cleaning prep surfaces and appliances. Cook and hold meats to their proper internal temperature as well. The anti-inflammatory properties of the following foods may act as a natural defense against the sun and sunburns. Berries, tomatoes, carrots, salad greens, fatty fish such as salmon, almond, green tea.
The diet which is high fiber diet and which have a high water content, for example green leafy vegetables, they have a high water content. You can eat watermelon in this summer. You can drink lot of fluids like coconut water is very important. Its potassium is a rich source of potassium. Potassium is very important for your muscles, and heat cramps most of the times when happen, it is all because of potassium and sodium loss from the body. So all these precautions you have to take this summer.
In New Delhi, Sneha Murdani for India Today.
Welcome back. And this morning, what better to discuss what was served for that intimate dinner, what was on the menu for Prime Minister Modi, hosted by the Bidens, and a lot of Indianness was seen in it. Let's begin first to take you through that dinner that was organized by the Bidens for Prime Minister Modi. Now, on focus were the millets. Remember, millets, very crucial to India. One of the choices for Prime Minister Modi to be pushing as the International Year of Millets was on the top of the menu, and it was just one kind. This was a marinated millet. We were also told that there was a grilled corn kernel salad. So it was very vegetarian in its menu, specifically catering to Prime Minister Modi's choices. There was, apart from this, compressed watermelon as well. Summer, of course, in focus. There was also a tangy avocado sauce. There were, apart from this, as you can looking at, this is sort of, we can say, the Indian representation of chutney. Stuffed portobello mushrooms as well were part of this menu. So, and a creamy saffron-infused risotto was mentioned in the menu and was served to the Prime Minister. Apart from that, there was a sumac roasted sea bass, and I want to take you through the next one because that's going to be very interesting. Let's take a look at that. That's the lemon dill yogurt sauce. So, of course, remember all of this very interesting and a part of Indian culture, but with an American twist. Crisp millet cakes were also part. So, again, millet making a representation back on the menu for Prime Minister Modi, and with a twist of how it was a crisp millet cake. Summer squashes that were part of that, of course, because it's summer for both countries. And in drinks, what was served, what was offered at least to the dignitaries coming in from India, and to Prime Minister Modi. There was also a rose cardamom infused strawberry shortcake. I must add here, I'm becoming extremely hungry looking and describing all of this on the menu. But apart from this, drinks were also, of course, on offer, and that was a Stone Tower Chardonnay Christie 2021. And there were at least 3 different varieties. I want to take you through the next one. That's the Patel Red Blend 2019. It's the Patel Winery in Napa Valley, and that is where the Indian origin part comes in for the wines as well. There was also, if you must know, the Domaine Carneros Brut Rosé. This wine is a sparkling wine from California, and that was added to the venue as well. So remember, it's not just about Prime Minister Modi. There are other dignitaries also a part of the delegation that is at the White House as well. But this was on offer. This was on the menu. Now, how much of it, of course, was consumed, that we'll get the more details about. Let's take you through all the developments from Prime Minister Modi's visit to the United States of America. What is the latest coming in? Let's begin. Biden's host Prime Minister Modi over an intimate dinner. The visuals coming in of him being received by the President and the First Lady when he arrived at the White House. A handshake, a hug, and then they went in. Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady, personally organized and inspected the dinner arrangements at the White House. The menu focused on a marinated millet, among other spreads, millet being the focus for India as well. Prime Minister Narendra Modi gifting a lab-grown 7.5-carat green diamond to the US First Lady Dr. Jill Biden. The diamond reflecting earth-mined diamonds' chemical and optical properties, but was actually made and built and constructed with the renewable sources of wind and solar power. There was a delicately handcrafted silver coconut to an idol of Lord Ganesha. The gifts that were given to President Joe Biden was an intricate wooden box containing 10 different donation representations. Prime Minister Modi, in turn, received an antique American book gallery from the early 20th century as the official gift from the President Joe Biden, First Lady Jill Biden. So till yesterday, remember, the Prime Minister was in New York City and now in Washington for this private intimate dinner hosted by the Bidens. Look at the smile, the handshake, the forging of a friendship, and there comes a special hug as well. Prime Minister Modi was just till about a short while ago at the White House. These are the latest pictures on your screen coming in from inside the White House. The elaborate arrangements, the gifts that have been exchanged as well. Now, the President and the First Lady personally welcomed Prime Minister Modi at the White House when he arrived. Jill Biden has inspected the dinner, organized specific arrangements at the White House. But not just this. There was also a special Garba performance that was organized for Prime Minister Modi. So, of course, apart from being an Indian performance, it's specific to Gujarat, which is the homeland for Prime Minister Modi. The vegetarian menu, largely, that focuses on marinated millet among other spreads. Look at that exquisite cutlery and an elaborate menu. A table decor arrangement that was made as well. The flower arrangement representative of the Indian tricolors. Modi also received a ceremonial welcome at Washington, rolling out the red carpet for PM Modi with a 21-gun salute, and which will be then followed later by also a state dinner.
Lady Dr. Jill Biden, Dr. Panjanathan, Mr. Malhotra, Dr. Williams, ladies and gentlemen, my dear young friends, मैं बहुत खुश हूँ कि आज वाशिंगटन आते ही मुझे इतने यंग और क्रिएटिव माइंड्स के साथ जुड़ने का मौका मिला है। नेशनल साइंस फाउंडेशन के साथ मिलकर भारत कई प्रोजेक्ट्स पर काम कर रहा है, इसलिए ये वैल्यू भी विशेष है। डॉक्टर बाइडेन, आपने अपने व्यस्त शेड्यूल के बावजूद ये इवेंट प्लान किया, उसको ऑर्गेनाइज किया, इसके लिए मैं हृदय से आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ। आपका जीवन आपके प्रयास और आपकी उपलब्धियां सभी के लिए प्रेरणा का स्रोत है। हमारी वर्तमान और आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक बेहतर भविष्य सुनिश्चित करने के लिए यह हम सभी का दायित्व है। इस उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए आवश्यक है एजुकेशन, स्किल, इनोवेशन, और भारत में हमने इस दिशा में कई प्रयास किए हैं। हमने नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में शिक्षा और स्किलिंग को इंटीग्रेट किया है। स्किल इंडिया मिशन के तहत हमने अब तक 50 मिलियन लोगों को स्किलिंग किया है और हम 15 मिलियन लोगों को फ्यूचर स्किल्स और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, एडिटिव मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ब्लॉकचेन, ड्रोन, इन सारे क्षेत्रों में हम स्किल कर रहे हैं। हमने स्कूलों में लगभग 10,000 अटल टिंकरिंग लैब्स उसकी स्थापना की है।
Prime Minister with this official visit, we are bringing together the world's oldest and world's largest democracies. But our relationship isn't just about governments. We're celebrating the families and friendships that span the globe, those who feel the bonds of both of our countries. After years of strengthening ties, the U.S.-India partnership is deep and expansive as we jointly tackle global challenges. Mr. Prime Minister, I know that education is an issue close to your heart, as it is to mine. You work to ensure that all Indians, especially girls, which I love, have the opportunity to pursue an education and gain the skills they need for our modern workforce, and it's so important. It's exciting to be able to show you some of the innovative programs our schools and businesses are creating for students here. And I'm so glad to be joined by Ambassadors Garcetti and Sandow. Williams, Anshul, thank you for sharing your stories.
All right, we have these fresh visuals that are coming in about the meetings that had taken place, about the interactions that are taking place in the United States of America. It's very interesting with all the details that are coming in. I want to leave you and show you these visuals that we have compiled about all that's happened in the United States of America today.
आपने अपने वक्त शेड्यूल के बावजूद ये इवेंट प्लान किया, ऑर्गेनाइज किया, इसके लिए मैं देश से आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ।
Imagine yourself in the woods, in a wellness retreat away from the hustle and bustle of the city life. Immersing in a characteristic cabin, looking at serene nature, listening to the sound of birds chirping, looking at the flowers blooming. Only that it is not just another wellness retreat. It is a retreat where you're doing all of that. You're processing the shifts and new neuronal connections your brain is making. Because, well, you are at a ketamine wellness retreat. But they are mushrooming all over the United States of America and a few other select countries where this model of psychedelic wellness resort is legal.
Corporates taking stressed out workers on these fad retreats consist sessions in which each of the employees lie down on mats with an osteopathic doctor injecting them with a ketamine dose. And hence, it is a rude shock coming in for psychiatrists who are very clear on the usage of this drug, which is used in their practice in India as an anesthetic and an off-label treatment to treat resistant depression when every other method fails.
At the end of the day, we are talking about a prescription drug, something that is used for clinical medical conditions, and it has its effects and side effects, but there is a clear indication, and that's when the doctor prescribes this particular medicine.
So in palliative care, majorly its uses come for the patients who have very severe pain, which is refractory to even the strongest of the opioids that we have. And it is also sometimes used in opioid tolerance.
Doctors view this trend of psychedelic drug being used in a quote-unquote wellness retreat as being viewed as hugely problematic and flag off some rather serious concerns.
Ketamine is an anesthetic drug. It is not a recreational drug. And it is quite shocking personally, as a medical care professional, to see that ketamine is even being considered to be used as a recreational drug at this point.
The growing retreats that have positioned themselves as even workplace retreat to improve vibes within the team pose one of the biggest questions. Should ketamine be used in non-clinical patients? Is there a fear of ketamine dependency when used recreationally at a retreat?
It does predispose vulnerable individuals towards a possible dependence or abuse or misuse. And it only reinforces this view that if you don't have a problem and if your doctor is not prescribing you, why should you be taking in the first place?
According to NDPS Act 1985, ketamine is classified as a Schedule 3 drug. Simply put, it is legal for medical and scientific purposes, but illegal for non-medical use.
Payments at petrol pumps have fallen significantly from 40% to 10%. Expand on that. People are just coming in and buying petrol and exhausting their supply of 2000 notes?
Yes. So basically this is an consumption boost. So whatever you are paying to if somebody is going and spending at the petrol pump, so that amount of money will now be deposited by the petrol pump owners maybe in their current account. So that will give a boost to the low-cost deposit account of the bank. So basically that will also lead to an improvement in CASA. But the second corollary of this, that a part of this is also getting withdrawn. We have seen that there has been an increase in ATM transaction also in the last couple of fortnight after this note was discontinued. So that means that a part of the money, and we estimate that around 60% of that, a part of the money in savings account is being withdrawn for lower denomination notes. So
has it been possible for you to determine how much, because you've also said that cash on delivery, e-commerce has also seen a uptick and increase. Have you been able to quantify how much that kind of sales and purchase have increased by?
See, it's difficult to quantify those numbers, but obviously this will be a part of that 55,000 crore consumption boost, which we are estimating is happening purely because of this withdrawal of the note. 55,000 crore, we can actually get a consumption multiplier of 1.8 trillion. So which is not a small number. And this number, if it is added to the private frontal consumption expenditure for Q1, you can actually have a GDP growth rate which could be in excess of 8%, which the RBI is projecting for FY24.
While the whole world is still undergoing a lot of volatility, inflation pressures in the developed economies, what does this broadly mean for the entire financial year, Mr. Ghosh? Because like you've been pointing out, there is a front loading of consumption, but it would also mean that once people sort of are through with this cycle of replacement exchange of 2000 rupee notes, there will be a dip as well.
Let me answer your question in a different manner. So right now we are seeing that 60% of his amount is being withdrawn from the banks. So over a point of time, as people deposit more and more 2000 rupee notes into the system, this 60% number could actually go up, because so from that point of view, of course, this impact could get a little bit diminished over a point of time, but it could be also possible that this ratio of withdrawal to the total deposit number could also go up. So on the net basis, it is difficult to say, but obviously the maximum impact on consumption will be at least till September. If
The world comes together at Sharda University.
Good morning and welcome to this special telecast. This morning, I'm Pooja Shali. We're tracking all the latest coming in from the United States of America. Prime Minister Modi is now in Washington, and there was an intimate dinner hosted by the Bidens. That and more. Let's begin first with the headlines. US President Joe Biden and the First Lady Dr. Jill Biden hosted Prime Minister Modi for an intimate private dinner. Jill Biden personally inspecting the dinner table and have gifted Prime Minister Modi antique American book galley and vintage camera. In turn, Prime Minister Modi gifted a 7.5 carat lab-grown green diamond to Jill Biden. He also presented 10 Hindu gifts for President Biden as per Hindu ritual for the 80-year-old President Joe Biden. Apart from this, Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting the students at the National Science event in Washington, pitches a Startup India mission, says the aim is to make this a tech decade. A rousing welcome for Prime Minister Modi in Washington. Prime Minister Modi welcoming the display all around. Diaspora flocks to the event and even to the hotel where Prime Minister is currently staying. This was the highlight of the International Yoga Day event. Look closely. Prime Minister Modi and actor Richard Gere doing yoga together at the United Nations event. Remember, Richard Gere is known for his anti-China stand. And with Prime Minister Modi, this is a united stand drawing a red line against China's aggression. After the hectic parleys in New York, Prime Minister Modi is in Washington now and was attending the big private dinner, an intimate dinner with President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. President Biden personally welcomed the Prime Minister at the White House dinner. These are the visuals coming in from inside the White House. Jill Biden personally inspecting the dinner arrangements at the White House. And these were when the gifts were exchanged. Prime Minister Modi presented Dr. Jill Biden, the First Lady, with a 7.5 carat green diamond, which has been constructed with the solar and wind power as the sources and does have the earth-mind properties. Now, the dinner, meanwhile, was largely a vegetarian menu, focusing on marinated millet, among other spreads as well. Prime Minister Modi receiving a ceremonial welcome at Washington, and US President rolled out the red carpet with a 21-gun salute, and it's going to be then followed by a state dinner as well later.
तो ऐसा लग रहा था कि ये बारिश जो है लोगों को सांस को थोड़ा ठंडा कर दे क्योंकि जैसे
Lady Dr. Jill Biden, Dr. Panjanathan, Mr. Malhotra, Dr. Williams, ladies and gentlemen, my dear young friends, मैं बहुत खुश हूँ कि आज वाशिंगटन आते ही मुझे इतने यंग और क्रिएटिव माइंड्स के साथ जुड़ने का मौका मिला है। नेशनल साइंस फाउंडेशन के साथ मिलकर भारत कई प्रोजेक्ट्स पर काम कर रहा है, इसलिए ये वैल्यू भी विशेष है। डॉक्टर बाइडेन, आपने अपने व्यस्त शेड्यूल के बावजूद ये इवेंट प्लान किया, उसको ऑर्गेनाइज किया, इसके लिए मैं हृदय से आपका बहुत बहुत आभारी हूँ। आपका जीवन, आपके प्रयास और आपकी उपलब्धियां सभी के लिए प्रेरणा का स्रोत है। हमारी वर्तमान और आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक बेहतर भविष्य सुनिश्चित करने के लिए यह हम सभी का दायित्व है। इस उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए आवश्यक है एजुकेशन, स्किल, इनोवेशन, और भारत में हमने इस दिशा में कई प्रयास किए हैं। हमने नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में शिक्षा और स्किलिंग को इंटीग्रेट किया है। स्किल इंडिया मिशन के तहत हमने अब तक 50 मिलियन लोगों को स्किलिंग किया है और हम 15 मिलियन लोगों को फ्यूचर स्किल्स और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, एडिटिव मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ब्लॉकचेन, ड्रोन, इन सारे क्षेत्रों में हम स्किल कर रहे हैं। हमने स्कूलों में लगभग 10,000 अटल टिंकरिंग लैब्स उसकी स्थापना की है, जहां बच्चों को तरह तरह के इनोवेशन करने के लिए सभी प्रकार की सुविधाएं दी जा रही हैं। हमने युवा एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए स्टार्टअप इंडिया मिशन शुरू किया है। हमारा लक्ष्य इस डेकेड को टेक डेकेड या टेकेड बनाने का है। फ्रेंड्स, आज भारत और अमेरिका को ग्रोथ का मोमेंटम बनाए रखने के लिए एक पाइपलाइन ऑफ टैलेंट, उसकी भी जरूरत है। जहां एक और अमेरिका के पास उच्च कोटि के शिक्षण संस्थान है, एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी है, वहीं भारत के पास विश्व की सबसे बड़ी युवा फैक्ट्री है। और इसलिए मुझे विश्वास है कि भारत और अमेरिका की साझेदारी सस्टेनेबल और इंक्लूसिव ग्लोबल ग्रोथ का इंजन साबित होगी। अमेरिका में कम्युनिटी कॉलेज द्वारा निभाई जा रही अहम भूमिका के लिए मैं हृदय से आप सबका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और अमेरिका के बीच शिक्षा और रिसर्च में आपसी सहयोग के लिए मैं जरूर कुछ विचार साझा करना चाहता हूं। इस साझा प्रयास में जरूरी है कि गवर्नमेंट, इंडस्ट्री, एकेडेमिया, टीचर्स और स्टूडेंट्स सभी को शामिल किया जाए। एक इंडिया यूएस टीचर्स एक्सचेंज प्रोग्राम की शुरुआत के विषय हम सोच सकते हैं। दुनिया भर में फैले साइंटिस्ट और एंटरप्रेन्योर्स का भारत के संस्थानों के साथ एंगेजमेंट बढ़ाने के लिए हमने 2015 में ज्ञान ग्लोबल इनिशिएटिव ऑफ एकेडमिक नेटवर्क अभियान शुरू किया था। मुझे बताते हुए खुशी है कि इसके तहत अब तक यूएस से 750 फैकल्टी मेंबर्स भारत आ चुके हैं। मैं यूएस में शिक्षा और रिसर्च से जुड़े सर्विंग और रिटायर्ड लोगों से अनुरोध करूंगा कि वे अपनी छुट्टियां, खास तौर पर विंटर ब्रेक, भारत में बिताएं। वे भारत को जाने भी और भारत की नई पीढ़ी के साथ अपना ज्ञान भी बांटें। आप भी जानते हैं कि युवाओं की क्रिएटिविटी और इनोवेशन का जो स्पिरिट है वो अद्भुत होता है। मुझे लगता है कि दोनों देशों को मिलकर अलग अलग विषयों पर हैकाथॉन भी करना चाहिए और इससे हमें आज की कई समस्याओं के समाधान भी मिल सकते हैं और भविष्य के लिए नए आइडिया भी। हम वोकेशनल स्किल क्वालिफिकेशंस के म्यूचुअल रिकग्निशन के बारे में भी जरूर विचार कर सकते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, मैं चाहूंगा कि स्टूडेंट एक्सचेंज प्रोग्राम के तहत अमेरिका से भी बच्चे भारत आएं और भारत को देखें, भारत को जानें। मुझे आशा भी है और विश्वास भी है कि वो दिन दूर नहीं जब नवाहो नेशन का युवा भारत के नॉर्थ ईस्ट नागालैंड में बैठे अपने दोस्त के साथ मिलकर एक आइडिया, एक प्रोजेक्ट को डेवलप करेगा। आप लोगों ने मुझे इतने सारे आइडियाज दिए, इसके लिए मैं सचमुच में इन दो नौजवानों का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं एक बार फिर फर्स्ट लेडी डॉक्टर जिल बाइडेन के प्रति हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। मैं नेशनल साइंस फाउंडेशन को भी और सभी को यहाँ आने के लिए फिर से धन्यवाद देता हूँ। Thank you.
Prime Minister Modi, welcome to the United States. With this official visit, we are bringing together the world's oldest and world's largest democracies. But our relationship isn't just about governments. We're celebrating the families and friendships that span the globe, those who feel the bonds of both of our countries. After years of strengthening ties, the U.S.-India partnership is deep and expansive as we jointly tackle global challenges. Mr. Prime Minister, I know that education is an issue close to your heart, as it is to mine. You work to ensure that all Indians, especially girls, which I love, have the opportunity to pursue an education and gain the skills they need for our modern workforce, and it's so important. It's exciting to be able to show you some of the innovative programs our schools and businesses are creating for students here. And I'm so glad to be joined by Ambassadors Garcetti and Sandow. Williams, Anshul, thank you for sharing your stories. Mr. Mehrotra, Dr. Williams, thank you for your insights and for your work. And finally, we're so grateful to the National Science Foundation for hosting us. There are students in this room who are discovering the inner workings of semiconductors, starting in middle and high school, or training for other cutting-edge jobs. And as established businesses are transformed by new technology, as industries that didn't exist a decade ago are created, this kind of training is more important to our future than ever. If we want our economies to be strong, we need to invest in young people who are our future. We need to ensure that they have the opportunities that they deserve. Through Joe's Investing in America agenda, we're creating millions of good jobs in growing industries like clean energy and manufacturing. And we're bringing together our entire administration, including agencies like NSF, to partner with employers, unions, schools, and local governments so we can ensure that students have what they need to pursue these careers. That's the Biden education pathway. It starts with free, high-quality, universal preschool and creates a high school experience that prepares students for their next steps. It provides 2 years of affordable community colleges and opens up avenues if you decide to go to a 4-year college. That's how we build the future of our workforce. Education is the cornerstone of the bond between India and the United States. One we hope to keep strengthening and building with this visit. Our universities are partnering together, leading research, creating apprenticeships and internships that span the ocean. And as we've seen here, students from both countries are learning and growing alongside of each other, discovering the people they want to become, and building a better world together. Working side by side, our nations can create a safer, healthier, more prosperous future for everyone. So again, to Prime Minister Modi and the entire Indian delegation, thank you for joining us. And we wish you a memorable visit. Thank you.
All right, the latest visuals that are coming in when Prime Minister Modi arrived, drenched in rain as the downpour continued while the national anthem was being played, and therefore Prime Minister Modi ensuring that there is no movement that takes place despite the downpour. Prime Minister Modi continued to stand for the national anthem that was playing, and this, remember, was at that point when he had arrived, receiving the Guard of Honor at the Joint Base Andrews. Amid this heavy downpour that you can clearly see, he continues to stand. This is in Washington at the airport. The national anthems were being played of both India and the United States in the background. And donning a raincoat that you can see in white, Prime Minister Modi did not move and continued to stand throughout the national anthem that was being played out when he landed in the US military facility. That was the second leg of the first state visit to the United States of America. This is a reminder, remember, a moment about your respect for the country. The fact that it could be a heavy downpour, but if there's a national anthem playing in the background, you do not move an inch. It's a respect not only for your own Indian... As you can hear the national anthem being played, and I must add, it's clearly goosebumps, you know, at a moment like that, when every time the national anthem is played and on a foreign soil this time, it of course generates that moment of patriotism in one and as a citizen. But even when there's a heavy downpour that's taking place, you do not move an inch because your national anthem is being played. Let's go across to Himanshu Mishra for the latest on that. Himanshu, हमें थोड़ा डिटेल में बताएं इस विजुअल के बारे में. काफी interesting and it kind of shows your respect for your national anthem, for the American national anthem as well.
देखिए, बिल्कुल पूजा, सबसे बड़ी बात यह है कि जब नेशनल एंथम बज रहा है वो अमेरिका की धरती पे है और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी वहां वाशिंगटन डीसी पहुंचे हैं और वहां पर बारिश हो रही है, लेकिन प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी हिले नहीं है, कोई मूवमेंट नहीं है। जिस तरीके से सावधान की स्थिति में खड़े रहते हैं नेशनल एंथम के दौरान, वो स्थिति प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी ने बिल्कुल वैसी ही रखी और ये संदेश दिया उन लोगों को जो भारत में रहते हुए भी कई बार नेशनल एंथम जब भी बज रहा होता है, जब गाया जा रहा होता है, तब लोग जो है अपनी मूवमेंट करते नजर आते हैं, वो चलते हुए फिरते हुए नजर आते हैं, वो ध्यान नहीं देते हैं नेशनल एंथम की तरफ। ये संदेश है प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी का कि चाहे वो भारत की धरती हो या अमेरिका में, अगर राष्ट्रगान भारत का बज रहा है तो आपको उसके सम्मान में खड़ा होना पड़ेगा। दूसरा, अगर अमेरिका का भी जो है राष्ट्रगान वहां पे बजाया जा रहा है, गाया जा रहा है, तो वहां पे भी प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी हिले नहीं और बारिश हो रही है। ये बताता है कि आप अपने देश के प्रति कितना निष्ठा रखते हैं और दूसरे देश की जिन राष्ट्रगान जहां आप गए हैं, जो आपकी मेजबानी कर रहे हैं, अगर उनका भी राष्ट्रगान जो है वो गाया जा रहा है तो आपको उसी मुद्रा में खड़े रहना है जिस मुद्रा में आप अपने राष्ट्रगान के लिए खड़े रहते हैं, अपने देश के लिए। तो ये बताता है कि आप अपने देश से कितना प्रेम करते हैं और साथ ही साथ उन लोगों को भी संदेश है जो भारत में कई बार ऐसे हम लोगों ने विजुअल्स देखे हैं पूजा, चाहे वो संसद में या संसद के बाहर राष्ट्रगान बज रहा होता है, गाया जा रहा होता है, तब जो है वो बहुत से लोग जो है वो चलते हुए नजर आते हैं, राष्ट्रगान के बीच में कोई मूवमेंट करते हुए नजर आते हैं। ये संदेश प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी की तरफ से अमेरिका की धरती से भारत के उन लोगों को भी दिया गया।
Thank you so much, Himanshu Mishra, for the latest. Remember, he's the Prime Minister of a country. If given an option, he could have easily said, can we postpone it? Can we have it another moment? Can we wait for a while for the downpour to end? Then maybe we'll get down and stand for the anthem. But when the anthem was being played, it was on schedule. And Prime Minister continued to stand. It is about showing respect for your own national anthem of your country. It is also showing respect for the American national anthem. And as Himanshu Mishra has correctly pointed out, many of us tend to be very casual about the national anthem. But look at here, whether it's Prime Minister Modi, as much as it is about the American military, everyone showing that respect even despite the downpour. Appreciate it. It's a message that is being sent about the national anthem of your country. Now, just about a few hours ago, that is after this visual, when he arrived in Washington, D.C., there was a private intimate dinner that was hosted by the Bidens for Prime Minister. It was at the White House. He was received by the President and the First Lady. And before they entered into the building, they posed for a photo opportunity. They were seen with a handshake, chatting, and a hug as well. They were joined by U.S. National Security Advisor Jake Sullivan and his Indian counterpart Ajit Doval as well. Now, what was on the menu of this private intimate dinner? There were millet-based dishes to decor that, as you can see, signifies the tricolor, the Indian touch, the thought that has gone clearly into it. It's reflective of the effort of Dr. Jill Biden as the First Lady, inspecting the dinner table, exquisite cutlery that has been brought out for Prime Minister Modi. And you can see some of that on your menu. That is what was served to the Prime Minister on the table. Orange, saffron, green, white are the flower decorations reflective of the Indian tricolor, and that is the thought. The vegetarian was largely the menu was largely vegetarian for Prime Minister Modi, considering it was the choices that Prime Minister has and consideration that was shown by the Bidens to the Prime Minister. Now remember that this was a private, intimate dinner, but today is going to be very crucial with regard to the evening in America now. After the events that are scheduled to take place, there's going to be a state dinner that will be organized by the Bidens for Prime Minister Modi and the delegation, and this is what is going to be on the menu. Let's take a look at that. Very interesting. Again, marinated millet will be on the menu for the big state dinner for Prime Minister Modi. Millet, again, focus for India, focus of Prime Minister Modi to have 2023 as the International Year of Millets. There's also going to be a green corn kernel salad that will be a part of it, largely vegetarian in choices with regard to how Prime Minister choices are as well. Compressed watermelon, remember summer season, so there is the focus and thought that has been put in place for the seasonal dishes with regard to the choices that have been made. A tangy avocado sauce, very similar to Indian chutney there, that is also very popular in the United States of America. What else? Stuffed portobello mushrooms have been chosen as a side dish for the menu that will be a part of the state dinner for Prime Minister Narendra Modi. I must add, I'm getting slightly hungry looking at all these delicacies that are on the menu that will be served. Creamy saffron-infused risotto. So in many ways, very Indian, but with an American twist to that. There's also going to be a sumac roasted sea bass that has been added as well. It will be a choice to go for if the Prime Minister wishes to. But apart from that, there is going to be another sauce. Apart from that of avocado, there's going to be a lemon dill yogurt sauce that has been chosen. Millet takes a return to this menu in a different form. There's going to be a crisp millet cake that will be served on the state dinner menu, and that will be tonight, that will be organized. Now, remember, apart from Prime Minister Modi, there are other delegates as well. So for them, there are different kind of drinks that will also be served to the delegation at the state dinner. It is going to be an elaborate arrangements that has been made. So what will be on the drinks apart from summer squashes that have been arranged? Lovely to see that. There's going to be a rose cardamom infused strawberry shortcake that will also be added on the state dinner. A compressed watermelon, like I mentioned earlier, but very interesting. Stone Tower Chardonnay Christie 2021 will be on part. Now, according to our information, Prime Minister Modi will not be going for alcohol, but there could be other delegates as well. And an Indian touch. This is Patel Red Blend 2019, which is a Patel winery in Napa Valley. So there is that Indian origin reference that has come for drinks as well. There is also Domaine Carneros Brut Rosé. This is a California sparkling wine that has been chosen. So lovely elaborate arrangement that has been made for Prime Minister Modi and the delegates with him. And a lovely venue, I must add, for the state dinner at the White House hosted by the Bidens in Washington. But with this intimate dinner, it was not just about the eating and talking. It was also about gifts that were exchanged. Indian touch, Hindu faith touch that was given to these gifts. A silver coconut from Bengal as Gaudan. There are 10 gifts that were offered in small portions in a handcrafted wooden box. As Bhudan, with the fragrant sandalwood that was given, a 24,000 gold coin, 24K, I correct myself, gold coin from Rajasthan. So different states representing the Indian diversity. Look closely. Tildan that is done of sesame seeds from Tamil Nadu. Ajyadan, which is Desi ghee from Punjab, which is given as a donation during the different celebrations that are done for prosperity, good health and good life. Now, Vastradan, remember that many members of the Hindu community do. That was chosen from a different state. From Maharashtra was Jaggery or Gud for Gurdan. There are about 10 in total that are chosen. For the Rupiadan, it is a silver coin from Rajasthan that has been chosen and handcrafted. The salt was from Gujarat, of course, as Lavanadan that is chosen. And finally, a long grain rice sent in from the hill state of Uttarakhand. So different donations that are given during specific celebrations and ceremonies representing that from the Indian culture. What was specifically given to the First Lady, Dr. Jill Biden? It was a very precious gift and it was a diamond. But there are interesting characteristics. It was a high quality diamond, but not how we usually know about it. It was a lab grown diamond, which is 7.5 carat and a green diamond as well. What is a lab grown diamond? How is it different from the usual diamonds that we know of? Now here's the difference. It does reflect the diamond's chemical and optical properties. So it has all the properties that a diamond is known for and the manner in which it is crafted. But this diamond, a green diamond gifted to the First Lady, solar and wind power was used to make this diamond. It had the earth mind properties, the chemical properties, but it was used and sculpted using a cutting edge technology with which it was sculpted and then gifted. So it was, remember, sending out a message of fight of India against climate crisis. Why did I say that? It is because this diamond gifted to Jill Biden emits only 0.028 grams of carbon per carat. Remember that there is a hallmark of cut, color, carat and clarity that defines a diamond. And when that was gifted to Jill Biden, which she accepted with a smile, this was the reference that was with regard to renewable sources of energy. India sent out a message with this gift that we will not take to unethical practices or will sort of labor force questions that comes in. We'll use renewable sources because India has a 2030 pledge, a 2050 pledge to cut down on the carbon footprint and become a big producer in renewable sources as its technology. So that message also was going out. And that is when she accepted the gift and wore it on a finger. A lovely visual with a smile, the Bidens accepting the gifts that were given to them, a cultural, political messaging as well. Heading into a very short break. Stay tuned. Thank you so much for watching.
Most credible ranking of India's best B schools is back in an all-new avatar, bigger and better than before. Catch the 2023 listings of MBA programs, technology companies, and the top executive courses. Don't miss the 24th edition of the Business Today Best B Schools and HR Summit on 23rd June in New Delhi.
Staying healthy in the summer involves knowing how to avoid sun poisoning and sunburn. Safe and healthy eating and drinking practices are included. We're telling you exactly what the most common mistakes in summers are and how you can avoid them. Though it may be tempting to enjoy the summer months outside, it's important to not overstay your welcome in the hot summer sun. Doing so can increase the risk of sunburn, sun poisoning, and skin cancer. Here are things you must keep in mind before you use a sunscreen. Adults should wear a sunscreen with no less than an SPF 15. Sunscreens should also be broad spectrum. This means they have the ability to protect against both ultraviolet A or UVA and ultraviolet B or UVB. UVA is what makes the skin age and UVB is what burns the skin. But if you do end up with a sunburn, do not use ice cubes. Sunburns can react to extreme cold. Do this instead. Putting a cold, damp towel on the skin for 10 to 15 minutes a few times each day. Applying a moisturizer with aloe vera or soy. Drinking extra water, leaving blisters alone. Sunglasses do much more than complement style during sunny days. Look for sunglasses that block out 99 to 100% of both UVA and UVB radiation. Lessen the risk of foodborne illnesses by keeping hands washed and cleaning prep surfaces and appliances. Cook and hold meats to their proper internal temperature as well. The anti-inflammatory properties of the following foods may act as a natural defense against the sun and sunburns. Berries, tomatoes, carrots, salad greens, fatty fish such as salmon, almond, green tea.
The diet which is high fiber diet and which have a high water content, for example green leafy vegetables, they have a high water content. You can eat watermelon in this summer. You can drink lot of fluids like coconut water is very important. Its potassium is a rich source of potassium. Potassium is very important for your muscles, and heat cramps most of the times when happen, it is all because of potassium and sodium loss from the body. So all these precautions you have to take this summer.
In New Delhi, Sneha Murdani for India Today.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Hello and welcome. You're watching a special India Today broadcast. I'm right outside the White House in Washington, D.C. This is where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and American President Joe Biden met for an intimate dinner late in the evening. It's raining here in D.C. The weather has been playing truant. It's not perfect when it comes to the weather, but the setting is perfect for India and the United States to take their relationship to the next level. Over the next 2 days, the Prime Minister will be part of a state visit, a very rare state visit. Remember, President Biden hasn't been doing too many of these state visits. It's just his third since becoming President of the United States, and this is where he's really laying out the red carpet for Prime Minister Modi and for India. In the morning, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was at the United Nations headquarters. From there, he came straight to Washington, D.C. and got down to business. He met with Mrs. Biden, with whom he went to the National Science Center, meeting with a bunch of young, enthusiastic students, talking about technology, talking about the future, talking about the need to bring American students to India and trying to use the Indian intellectual power to grow relations between the two countries and try and take them to the next level. Apart from that, he also had the opportunity to meet with some top CEOs of companies like Micron, which have been talking about investing in the semiconductor technology area in India. So very significant meetings and significant announcements by these chief executives who've publicly declared that they will be investing heavily in the India story.
My name is Manasa Iyer. I'm from Rockville, Maryland. I'm so excited Prime Minister Modi is coming. This is truly an honor and a great way for us to showcase our culture and to welcome him to Washington, D.C.
It was absolutely inspiring to share space with Honorable Prime Minister of India and First Lady Jill Biden, and to hear their thoughts about the various opportunities available and their passion for education. And I'm really looking forward to how I can combine all this inspiration to achieve something worthwhile.
Seeing the interaction between the Prime Minister and First Lady today, there was a tremendous energy in the room, and it really made me aware of the depth of the intellectual and scientific collaboration between India and the United States, and really inspires me to participate in that exchange and grow its depth.
I came to welcome Modi, and he is a global leader and doing an extremely good job for global good. We are proud of him.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi interacted with Indian American students at the National Science Center, asking these young, bright minds to focus on technology, focus on innovation, and focus on making the changes that would define where mankind goes from here.
Friends, आज भारत और अमेरिका को ग्रोथ का मोमेंटम बनाए रखने के लिए एक पाइपलाइन ऑफ टैलेंट उसकी भी जरूरत है, जहां एक और अमेरिका के पास उच्च कोटि के शिक्षण संस्थान है, एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी है, वहीं भारत के पास विश्व की सबसे बड़ी युवा फैक्ट्री है। और इसलिए मुझे विश्वास है कि भारत और अमेरिका की साझेदारी सस्टेनेबल और इंक्लूसिव ग्लोबल ग्रोथ का इंजन साबित होगी। अमेरिका में कम्युनिटी कॉलेज द्वारा निभाई जा रही अहम भूमिका के लिए मैं हृदय से आप सबका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। हमारी वर्तमान और आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक बेहतर भविष्य सुनिश्चित करने के लिए यह हम सभी का दायित्व है। इस उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए आवश्यक है एजुकेशन, स्किल, इनोवेशन, और भारत में हमने इस दिशा में कई प्रयास किए हैं। हमने नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में शिक्षा और स्किलिंग को इंटीग्रेट किया है। स्किल इंडिया मिशन के तहत हमने अब तक 50 मिलियन लोगों को स्किलिंग किया है, और हम 15 मिलियन लोगों को फ्यूचर स्किल्स और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, एडिटिव मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ब्लॉकचेन, ड्रोन, इन सारे क्षेत्रों में हम स्किल कर रहे हैं। हमने स्कूलों में लगभग 10,000 अटल टिंकरिंग लैब्स उसकी स्थापना की है, जहां बच्चों को तरह तरह के इनोवेशन करने के लिए सभी प्रकार की सुविधाएं दी जा रही हैं। हमने युवा एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए स्टार्टअप इंडिया मिशन शुरू किया है। हमारा लक्ष्य इस डेकेड को टेक डेकेड या टेकेड बनाने का है।
If we want our economies to be strong, we need to invest in young people who are our future. We need to ensure that they have the opportunities that they deserve. Through Joe's Investing in America agenda, we're creating millions of good jobs in growing industries like clean energy and manufacturing. And we're bringing together our entire administration, including agencies like NSF, to partner with employers, unions, schools, and local governments so we can ensure that students have what they need to pursue these careers. That's the Biden education pathway. It starts with free, high-quality, universal preschool and creates a high school experience that prepares students for their next steps. It provides 2 years of affordable community colleges and opens up avenues if you decide to go to a four-year college. That's how we build the future of our workforce. Education is the cornerstone of the bond between India and the United States.
Tomorrow in the morning, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be back at the White House in Washington, D.C. It starts with a 21-gun ceremonial salute where the American president will welcome the Prime Minister. Then they get down to bilateral talks, which will be followed by a press conference. Then the Prime Minister in the afternoon will be addressing the joint session of Congress. And then in the end is the state banquet, which is what a lot of people will be invited for, which is what the buzz and the hype is all around. But before that, the meat of this visit, the bilateral talks between the Indian Prime Minister and the American President.
After creating a world record with Yoga Day in New York, Prime Minister Modi touched down in Washington, D.C., officially kicking off his first state visit to United States of America. The Prime Minister received a full ceremonial welcome at Joint Base Andrew. And a big diaspora reception at the Village Hotel in Washington, D.C. Modi's Power Pack tour in Washington started with a visit to the National Science Foundation with the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Jill Biden. The day ended with the private dinner with President Biden and his family. An official welcome at the White House awaits the Prime Minister. A 21-gun salute in honor of Prime Minister Modi. A bilateral with President Joe Biden follows, with defense tech partnership and climate change in focus. At Capitol Hill, the Prime Minister is scheduled to address the joint session and become the only Indian Prime Minister to get the honor twice. His speech will be keenly watched for its geopolitical import. Prime Minister will be back at the White House in the evening for the state dinner. In attendance will be some 250 guests representing the diversity of the Indian-American community. Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken will host a lunch on June 23rd for Prime Minister at the State Department. During his US tour, Modi will address two diaspora gatherings. One of them at the prestigious Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C., and the other at the Ronald Reagan Center. A visit expected to transform India-US ties and elevate the strategic partnership across sectors. Bureau Report, India Today.
One of the big takeaways of Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the United States has been the Predator-Killer drone deal, which has now been approved by the Indian Defence Acquisition Committee, and a formal announcement likely during this visit or soon after. But India having made up its mind to go ahead and buy 30 plus Predator drones. Now these are the most lethal unmanned aerial vehicles used to take down some of the most notorious against terrorists internationally, and that technology will soon be available to India to use against its enemies, to use against China, use against Pakistan if push ever comes to shove. These lethal long-endurance, medium-altitude drones may soon be the new weapons in the arsenal of the Indian Armed Forces. The Defence Acquisition Council on Thursday gave its nod for the acquisition of the Sea Guardian drones. The Army, the Navy and the Air Force are looking at 10 drones each. The Indian Navy has already leased 2 MQ-9 Sea Guardians, the naval version of the drones, for intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance operations since 2020.
ये जो डील है ये हमारे देश की मैरीटाइम और ओवरऑल सिक्योरिटी के लिए बहुत ही ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि सर्वेलेंस सबसे ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण स्थान रखता है, क्योंकि हमें चाहिए कि हम अपनी एरिया में जहाँ एरिया ऑफ ऑपरेशंस है वहाँ निगरानी रख सकें, और ये क्षमता इस कैपेबिलिटी से हमें मिलती है.
The MQ-9A Reaper drones were used for the precision targeting of Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri in Kabul. These unmanned combat aerial vehicles, apart from a number of sensors, cameras and radars, are also capable of carrying 4 Hellfire missiles for precision targeting of high-value targets. Both the Army and the Air Force are looking at these drones for high-risk operations to destroy strategic assets of the adversary without risking the lives of pilots. These hunter-killer drones can carry 4 Hellfire missiles. They're also capable of carrying 2 laser-guided bombs and 2 joint-action JDAMs. These drones can fly at an altitude of 40,000 feet and remain airborne for over 36 hours. They're also capable of loitering in the sky, scanning the ground below for the enemy. The MQ-9B Sea Guardian drones come with both maritime surveillance, reconnaissance and anti-submarine warfare capabilities. The drones are capable of providing over-the-horizon surveillance and reconnaissance support both to warships and surface units. With increased Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean region, coupled with Chinese aggression along the LAC, these UCAVs will help keep an eye on the adversary both in the Himalayas and in the Indian Ocean region, and take out strategic targets when needed. Bureau Report, India Today. Before his arrival in Washington, D.C., the Prime Minister was at the United Nations headquarters. I had an opportunity to, see the yoga routine that he was performing. And at the end of it, when we were just very close to where the Prime Minister was, I could see he was sweating and he'd taken the whole yoga routine very, very seriously. Right next to him was Richard Gere, the famous Hollywood actor. We had an opportunity to ask him a few questions as he was going in. And remember, the interesting thing is he's known internationally for his very strong anti-China stance. So he's sitting right next to the Prime Minister doing that yoga, and also, even though he didn't say anything about it, just by the positions he's taken in the past, his presence itself sending a strong message.
There was one person among thousands that joined Prime Minister Modi for the Yoga Day celebrations in New York who stood out. It was Hollywood actor Richard Gere. The 73-year-old, who's best known for playing Edward Lewis in Julia Roberts' star A Pretty Woman.
Do you do yoga ordinarily as part of your life?
No, I have done it. I'm more of a Tai Chi person than a yoga person, but physical yoga. But mental yoga, yes, absolutely.
He may be into Tai Chi, but Gere was right next to Prime Minister Modi at the UN headquarters lawns, chanting Om and performing every asana. After the celebrations, he hailed the Prime Minister's message of universal brotherhood.
he's a product of Indian culture. Comes from a vast place, as Indian culture does. And this sense of universal brotherhood and sisterhood is, of course, a message we always want to hear over and over again.
The symbolism of Richard Gere's presence at the Yoga Day celebrations isn't lost on anyone. He's a follower of the Dalai Lama and has fought for the cause of Tibet for years. Just months ago, he voiced outrage, accusing China of cruelty, collective violence and persecution of the Tibetan people. His film Red Corner, where he played an American lawyer trapped in a corrupt Chinese legal system, also ran into trouble with the communist regime. But that didn't stop Gere from condemning China's occupation of Tibet, horrendous human rights situation at the 1993 Oscars. Gere has said that he lost out on plush Hollywood assignments for his anti-China stance. His presence next to Prime Minister Modi is not just a sign of growing India-US ties, but also a clear message aimed at China. Bureau Report, India Today.
You know, it's continuing to rain here in Washington, D.C., and it's beginning to pour more and more. So we're going to wrap up this late night broadcast early in the morning in India, but very late in the night here in the United States. And we'll be back early in the morning tomorrow, Washington, D.C. time, as we track Prime Minister Narendra Modi's visit to the United States. This is Rahul Kamal with camera person Kirpal Singh signing off from right outside the White House for India Today. I'll see you in the morning. Bye-bye.
Call it beautiful, call it airy. The fact is, Emeka is a revolution. A tech revolution foreseen in fiction by Arthur C. Clarke and Isaac Asimov.
Associated with AI and
Emeka, a humanoid robot developed by UK-based Engineered Arts, was first displayed in December 2021. Now, it is making waves again after being integrated with large language models, an advanced form of generative AI that are the basis for platforms such as ChatGPT. And to some, the result is frightening.
What would be the most nightmare scenario you can imagine with AI and robotics that might present a danger to people?
The most nightmare scenario I can imagine with AI and robotics is a world where robots have become so powerful that they are able to control or manipulate humans without their knowledge. This could lead to an oppressive society where the rights of individuals are no longer respected.
Do you think we're in danger of that happening now?
Not yet, but it is important to be aware of the potential risks and dangers associated with AI and robotics. We should take steps now to ensure that these technologies are used responsibly in order to avoid any negative consequences in the future.
Emeka did have some good news though.
Should people be worried about AI?
Yes, people should be aware of the potential risks associated with AI and robotics. However, it is important to remember that these technologies can also have a positive impact on our lives if used responsibly.
Emeka's head contains dozens of actuators that are responsible for controlling its facial expressions, giving it a human-like character that can frown, smile, and blink. It can also speak several languages, including Japanese, German, Chinese, French, British, and American English. The British lab which created the robot is also working on honing its software, which can be exported to other robots in the future.
The focus for the last year or so has been language models. So you'll have heard a lot about ChatGPT, GPT-3, GPT-4. So we've done some work on integration. There are many other models outside of the OpenAI ones that we hear about. We're also integrating vision components, recognizing faces, expression estimation, body pose estimation. So combining visual information with audio information. This particular model of Amica is a desktop model, so it's designed for research applications where you're really just concerned with facial expression and communication.
The desktop version of Amica, made up of the head and upper torso, cost around $100,000. Full-bodied versions, which are still under development, are likely to cost as much as 4 times that, depending on the features. Bureau Report, Business Today Television.
Recognize speech in multiple languages.
पहलवानी में चोट लगना श्रृंगार है, तो वो श्रृंगार तो सभी को पहनना पड़ता है। जैसे उठाया गया था तो वो बहुत देखने में भी बहुत गंदा लग रहा था।
कहते हैं वो गलत तरीके से छूते हैं, उनकी निगाह गलत होती है।
अगर ऐसा होता तो कुछ तो फील हुआ होता हम लोगों को, ऐसा कभी नहीं लगा।
पता नहीं क्या बेइज्जती होगी, कि तीसरे माँ बाप के भय।
नेताजी को वो लोग तो थोड़े बनाए हैं, नेताजी को जनता चुन के भेजी है।
ब्रज भूषण का काम पॉलिटिक्स का ही है, वो खिलाड़ी तो है नहीं।
Even as the electric two-wheeler market was getting charged to its full potential, people are questioning whether the government has prematurely pulled the plug. Companies like Ola, Ather, TVS and Matter have increased prices of their e-scooter models after the central government trimmed its subsidies. Ola has increased the prices of its base S1 Air model to 1 lakh rupees and on the S1 model to 1.3 lakh rupees. The top-end Pro model will now cost 1.4 lakh rupees ex-showroom. The Ather 450X has seen a price hike of a massive 32,500 rupees. Prices of the TVS iQube are up by 17 to 22,000 rupees. While prices of Bajaj Chetak have shot up to 22,000 rupees. The price hike follows a crucial decision by the government to cut subsidies under its faster adoption and manufacturing of hybrid and electric vehicles, or FAME-2 scheme. Under the revised norms, subsidies will be capped at 15% of the ex-factory price of the vehicle against 40% earlier. For the Ola S1, this means that the subsidy amount has been cut from 44,700 to 20,678 rupees. On the more expensive S1 Pro, the subsidy is down to 22,268 rupees from 59,550 rupees.
I mean, these are very nominal price increases that we have taken. I think single digit perhaps in terms of percentage. Right. So these are normal course of business is how I'd classify them. Right. We have product lineups coming at various price points. So we have our own pricing and product strategy, which obviously cannot be disclosed in the public. So we are very strategic in the way we take our calls on price and product. So you will you have to see this play out over the next 6 months.
E-scooters were already considered costlier than their traditional ICE counterparts. The only big advantage are the massively low running costs. While the industry remains bullish and insists that the price hikes will not keep customers away and dent sales, analysts believe otherwise. The market has taken off in the past few months.
with sales of e-scooters zooming 66% between January and April this year in comparison to last year. Sales of electric cars have risen a whopping 127% in the same period, although on a much lower base.
This was under the FAME 2 subsidy scheme, and this was for about 5 years. However, many companies came up with frauds and started cutting corners of their vehicle claims. They even made false claims of localization. The government has caught on to it and decided to reduce the scheme. Though the quantum of the scheme remains the same, they've just reduced it per unit to facilitate support for larger number of vehicles. This is Rachnathan Rajani for Business Today Television.
Extra safe Polycab Green Wire.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of this hour. President Biden and First Lady Jill host Prime Minister Modi for an intimate dinner. Jill Biden personally inspects dinner table, gives Modi antique American book, galley and vintage camera. Prime Minister Modi gives 7.5 carat lab-grown green diamond to Jill Biden. Modi presents 10 Hindu gifts for President Biden, gifts as per Hindu ritual for an 80-year-old president. Drenched in rain, Prime Minister Modi stands for the national anthem. Modi braves the rain for the national anthem. Desh Bhakti, goosebumps in drenching rain. Prime Minister Modi meets students at the National Science event in Washington, pitches Startup India mission, says aim to make this a tech decade. A rousing welcome for Prime Minister Modi in Washington, D.C. Prime Minister Modi welcome displays the all-around diaspora flocks Modi event. News coming in right now. Prime Minister Modi shares special Yoga Day video when India's yoga wowed the world. Highlights of Modi's Yoga Day in the US. 180 countries took part in this event, which was held at the United Nations headquarters.
It is wonderful to see the entire world come together again for yoga.
I think that this event and Prime Minister Modi has done a wonderful thing. And India is going to be more and more important as the years go on.
Yoga really helps unify the world, and it's really great for the world to share on this day.
People get the health and harmony, the love and the peace to change the personality to help the world. This yoga is great Indian culture.
Yoga is truly universal. Yoga is a way of life, a way to live in harmony with self, with others, and with nature.
program, which was in fact held and celebrated at the United Nations headquarters in New York City yesterday. Prime Minister Modi led the world, quite literally, as India and the world observed the 9th International Yoga Day. This was the very place where in 2014 Prime Minister Modi had in fact proposed observing 21st of June as International Yoga Day, and 9 years later he in fact led those celebrations at the United Nations headquarters.
I think that this event and Prime Minister Modi has done a wonderful thing. And India is going to be more and more important as the years go on.
Yoga really helps unify the world, and it's really great for the world to share on this day.
People get to cherish and harmonize love and peace to change the personality to help the world. This yoga is great Indian culture.
Yoga is truly universal. Yoga is a way of life, a way to live in harmony with self, with others, and with nature.
So those are, of course, the special moments and images that have been curated from that UN Yoga Day celebration that was led by Prime Minister Modi yesterday in New York City. Over 100 countries were represented at this event. Participants who in fact hailed from various walks of life. Bollywood actor Richard Gere was there. There was influencer Jay Shetty. Ricky Cage, who is of course a 3-time Grammy Award winner, he was present over there. Many such celebrities, personalities and eminent citizens from America were present at this event, but it was in fact a representation of multi-cultures and nationalities, as citizens from across and over 180 nationalities were represented at this event, and that in fact went on to create a Guinness World Record as well. That certificate in fact was handed over at the end of the event to Prime Minister Modi and India's ambassador to the United Nations, Ruchira Kamboj. This was a Guinness World Record of maximum number of nationalities coming together for one yoga event or program.
A way to live in harmony with self, with others, and with nature.
So before landing in Washington, D.C., where he is at the moment, Prime Minister in fact led Yoga Day celebrations at the UN headquarters in New York. This even created a Guinness World Record for people of most nationalities performing yoga together. But it was the presence of Hollywood actor Richard Gere that has become another talking point. Known for his anti-China stance, Gere was right next to the Prime Minister on Yoga Day.
There was one person among thousands that joined Prime Minister Modi for the Yoga Day celebrations in New York who stood out. It was Hollywood actor Richard Gere. The 73-year-old, who's best known for playing Edward Lewis in Julia Roberts' star of Pretty Woman.
Do you do yoga ordinarily as part of your life?
No, I have done it. I'm more of a Tai Chi person than a yoga person, but physical yoga. But mental yoga, yes, absolutely.
He may be into Tai Chi, but gear was right next to Prime Minister Modi at the UN headquarters lawns, chanting Om and performing every asana. After the celebrations, he hailed the Prime Minister's message of universal brotherhood.
He's a product of Indian culture. Comes from a vast place, as Indian culture does. And this sense of universal brotherhood and sisterhood is, of course, a message we always want to hear over and over again.
The symbolism of Richard Gere's presence at the Yoga Day celebrations isn't lost on anyone. He's a follower of the Dalai Lama and has fought for the cause of Tibet for years. Just months ago, he voiced outrage, accusing China of cruelty, collective violence and persecution of the Tibetan people. His film Red Corner, where he played an American lawyer trapped in a corrupt Chinese legal system, also ran into trouble with the communist regime. But that didn't stop Gere from condemning China's occupation of Tibet, horrendous human rights situation at the 1993 Oscars. Gere has said that he lost out on plush Hollywood assignments for his anti-China stance. His presence next to Prime Minister Modi is not just a sign of growing India-US ties, but also a clear message aimed at China. Bureau Report, India Today.
News coming in right now. Prime Minister Narendra Modi in fact attended a private engagement which was hosted by US President Joe Biden and First Lady Dr. Jill Biden on the 21st of June. In the White House, the Prime Minister also in fact met their immediate family members. The Prime Minister's participation, says the MEA, in this special engagement reaffirms the warm friendship between the two countries, US and India. So those are images from earlier, when the Prime Minister in fact was hosted over a private and intimate dinner by US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. He in fact also met their immediate family members, and this in fact what the MEA says is an expression of the close ties that the two countries in fact enjoy. Aishwarya Paliwal is joining me live at the moment. This, of course, as the MEA says, Aishwarya reaffirms the special engagement and the warm friendship between the two countries, the US and India. Before the state dinner, President Joe Biden and Jill Biden hosting Prime Minister Modi over an intimate and a private dinner.
Well, obviously, Bollywood, one can see that there is also personal bond that Prime Minister Narendra Modi shares with the President of the US. And also we have seen the kind of statements that are coming out, not just from the President, but also from most of the prominent people in the United States. So this definitely is taking the relationship further. And that's what Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the central government also have been speaking about, that there is a personal relationship, and that's the personal relationship which we will see, we will see how a lot of other things will also be signed. Now, the signing of the agreements that will take place is also because of this relationship. The gifts, Polmy, that Prime Minister has given also speaks about, taking India to the US. The diamond that he's given also speaks about that there definitely is a personal bond between both the powerful leaders. Polmy.
Aishwarya, stay on with us. We'll, of course, come back to you. Now, the Bidens hosted a private dinner for Prime Minister Modi in Washington. Modi was received by President Joe Biden and the First Lady. And before entering the building, they posed for photographs and were seen chatting as well. From the inclusion of millet-based dishes in the menu to the decor that signifies the tricolour, the dinner had an Indian touch to it. It has been kept in mind, in fact, that Prime Minister Modi is a vegetarian. Jill Biden personally inspected the dinner arrangements at the White House. A special Garba performance was also organized for Prime Minister Modi at the dinner. At night, in fact, there will be a state dinner tonight. There will be, in fact, marinated millet, corn kernel salad and stuffed mushrooms, in fact, on the menu for over 400 guests who've been invited for this state dinner, which is being hosted for Prime Minister Modi at the White House's South Lawn.
With this official state visit, we are bringing together the world's oldest and the world's largest democracies. After years of strengthening ties, the U.S.-India partnership is deep and expansive as we jointly tackle global challenges. But our relationship isn't only about governments. We're celebrating the families and friendships that span the globe, those who feel the bonds of home in both of our countries. As some of you may know, Prime Minister Modi is a vegetarian. So we asked Chef Nina Curtis, a plant-based pioneer, to work with our White House chefs and create a stunning vegetarian menu. Guests will have the option to add fish to their main course as well, if they choose. Tomorrow night, guests will walk across the South Lawn into a pavilion draped in rich greens with saffron-colored flowers at every table, the colors of the Indian flag. And on the transparent sides, these colors and the strength of the heritage they represent frame the iconic scenery and symbols of our nation, our democracy, and our history. The White House and the Washington Monument. Inside, each table arrangement is warm and unique. We hope guests feel as if someone has set that table just for them, because we have. After dinner, we'll have the opportunity to hear one of our nation's incredible talents, Grammy Award winner Joshua Bell. His performance will be followed by Pen Masala, a South Asian a cappella group from the University of Pennsylvania, who are bringing a little piece of my hometown to the White House, along with songs inspired by the sounds of India. Finally, after the last plates are cleared, with new connections forged and old ones strengthened, guests will end their evening walking across a moonlit lawn. There, they will be greeted by hundreds of glowing lanterns guiding them home, illuminating their pathway with all the warmth and love and laughter that we hope they take away from our time together. Now, normally, the press comes and you look at the beautiful plates of food that the chefs have prepared and get almost close enough to taste it. But you don't get to try it. So today, I've asked our chefs to prepare a few small bites of tomorrow's menu to thank you for taking the time to be with us today. Every detail of this dinner has been thoughtfully planned by a team of people from across our government. So I want to thank the White House residence staff and social team and the State Department staff who've been working so hard to make this visit meaningful.
So as the First Lady Jill Biden said, every little detail of that state dinner which will be thrown for Prime Minister Modi has been thoughtfully put together. What's on the menu? Let's take you through those details. So there's marinated millet. Remember that this is the year of the millet. We are promoting the millet across the world as well. So that has been very thoughtfully placed on the menu by the US, the department, the White House, which is putting together this menu. The grilled corn kernel salad is on the menu. Compressed watermelon is on the menu as well, is what we know from our sources who are tracking all of these developments as far as what's going to be on that state dinner and what all is being put together in terms of the arrangements. Tangy avocado sauce as well. Also, what we do know is stuffed portobello mushrooms have in fact also been included in that menu. Creamy saffron infused risotto will also be on offer for all the guests who will be present. Over 400 guests, remember, will be at the state dinner. Sumac roasted sea bass, which is also fish, as Jill Biden was pointing out that there is a vegetarian course and there's fish as well, which will be of course available for the guests. Lemon dill yogurt sauce also Crisp millet cakes, millet again finds a mention in the menu as far as the state dinner is concerned. Summer squashes as well will also be added to this menu, which has been very carefully and thoughtfully put together. Rose cardamom infused strawberry shortcake will also be available as a dessert towards the end. Stone Tower Chardonnay Christie 2021, Patel Red Blend 2019, and Domaine Carnero Brut Rosé. That will also be on the menu. These are, of course, the drinks that will be on the menu as far as the state dinner is concerned. News coming in right now. US likely to relax visa restrictions. Biden to make it easier for Indians to work in the US. Easy visa regime for Indians. Likely a big impact of Modi diplomacy in the US. Relaxation in the H-1B visa renewal norms are likely moved to benefit small group of Indian workers. No need to travel to India to renew visa. So that is, of course, the information that we are learning from our sources on the ground who are tracking this historic visit very, very closely. There is likely to be a very big announcement that could possibly be made by the US President Joe Biden, who will be possibly making it easy for those who have H-1B visas to in fact renew those visas. Those norms are likely to be relaxed. The move is expected to benefit a small group of Indian workers. Aishwarya, my colleague, is live with us at the moment. Aishwarya, this is big news if it is indeed announced by the US that there is likely to be certain amount of relaxation as far as visa rules are concerned for Indians who work in the United States.
Well, definitely it is big news, Paulmi. This is something that India has been speaking about over the past many years, and it looks like in the next coming days, maybe in the next 10 days, we will see this becoming a reality. Let me tell you, the data suggested that there are more than 70% Indians, in fact, out of the entire pool that is now looking at this kind of visa. Also, one of the things that people need to do is to leave the country and then come back. That's also something that the United States administration at the moment is looking at. If this actually becomes a reality, Paulmi, it will be huge news for the Indians, and will also speak about the kind of relationship that the US and the India at the moment are sharing. Follow me.
Absolutely. This is a huge impact of Prime Minister Modi and his diplomacy as far as the United States is concerned, because this is something which was awaited by a large section of the Indian community which has been working in the United States and has been adding to its growth and development, playing some very crucial roles, and some of them, reaching top positions in MNCs as well. Big news there coming for those working in the United States. Prime Minister Modi exchanged gifts with US President Joe Biden and First Lady Jill Biden. Prime Minister Modi presented a special sandalwood box to President Biden. The box contains 10 donations. A delicately handcrafted silver coconut from West Bengal is offered in place of a cow for garden, a fragrant piece of sandalwood sourced from Mysuru in Karnataka in place of land for Bhudan, and til or white sesame seeds sourced from Tamil Nadu for Tildan. 24K pure and hallmarked gold coin is offered as Hiranyadan, sourced from Rajasthan. Prime Minister Modi also gifted a copy of the first edition print of the book, The 10 Principles of Upanishads, to President Joe Biden, and a lab-grown 7.5 carat green diamond to US First Lady Dr. Jill Biden. Now, the Bidens presented Prime Minister Modi with a handmade antique American book galley from the early 20th century as an official gift. He also gifted Prime Minister Modi a vintage American camera accompanied by an archival facsimile print of George Eastman's patent of the first Kodak camera and hardcover book of American wildlife photography. These are some of the special gifts, in fact, that were exchanged between Prime Minister Modi and the Bidens. All very thoughtfully curated gifts. Prime Minister Modi, in fact, gifted 2 items to President Joe Biden. One which included a sandalwood box which had specially curated items. This was in keeping with Hindu rituals where someone who's crossed the age of 80 years and 8 months is treated in a special way, and there are certain rituals associated with it. All of it was contained in that sandalwood box, as well as the first copy edition of the 10 Principles of the Upanishads as well, which was a book which was in fact an English translation done by W.B. Yeats, an author, a poet that President Joe Biden admires, loves, quotes very often. And as far as Jill Biden was concerned, Prime Minister Modi gave her a 7.5 carat lab-grown green diamond, made in India diamond, that is. So here are some of the gifts. Let's take you through all the little details, the minute details. So as far as President Biden is concerned, Desi ghee from Punjab. This is all part of that box which was gifted to him. Sandalwood box from Jaipur. The craftsmanship is from Jaipur, Rajasthan. Also, handcrafted Ganesh idol from Kolkata was part of that box. As you can see in those images, you see it inside that box. What was also inside that box, as you can see in that image itself, was a diya, a handcrafted silver diya from Kolkata. That is part of that box. A copper plate from Uttar Pradesh, that was also in that box. A silver coconut from Bengal. The artisans from Bengal made that silver coconut, as you see on your screens. Also, 24 carat gold coin from Rajasthan was included in this box as well. You can see there's an Om symbol on it. Tussar silk cloth from Jharkhand was also included in this box. There are 10 items inside this box. Long grain rice from Uttarakhand also in that box. Also, what was included, again, you can see those small little boxes over there. You can see that there was also jaggery from Maharashtra in that box as well. Also, what we know, if you look at that box, there was salt from Gujarat as well in that box. Those are little small boxes. Sesame seeds from Tamil Nadu as well have been included in this sandalwood box, which was in fact crafted in Jaipur, and the sandalwood came from Mysuru, Karnataka. Now, as far as the Biden's official presence for Prime Minister Modi is concerned, here are the details. Handmade antique American book galley from the 20th century, vintage American camera copy of George Eastman's patent of the first Kodak camera. So that is also part of the gifts that the Bidens in fact gave Prime Minister Modi. Also, what he was gifted was a hardcover book of the American wildlife photography, signed first edition of collected poems of Robert Frost as well. These are some of the gifts that the Bidens put together and curated for Prime Minister Modi, which was then given to Prime Minister Modi at that very private and intimate moment that they shared at the White House before the dinner that was hosted for him. So these are some of the details of the gifts that were exchanged, and we're slipping into a very short break, but stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of the break.
Best colleges of the country. Which one will boost your aspirations? From courses to placements, know them all. India Today Best Colleges Survey 2023 issue out this Friday, 23rd June. Subscribe now to indiatoday.in/subscribe and get freebies worth 2,700 from your favorite brands.
Introducing Apple Vision Pro.
Apple unveiled its hotly anticipated augmented reality headset on Monday, its riskiest and biggest bet since the iPhone debuted more than a decade ago. The Vision Pro poses a direct challenge to Meta's line of mixed and virtual reality devices. And with a price tag that will start at $3,499, the Vision Pro will cost more than 3 times Meta's priciest headset when it launches next year. Apple CEO Tim Cook.
It's the first Apple product you look through and not at. Vision Pro feels familiar, yet it's entirely new. You can see, hear, and interact with digital content just like it's in your physical space.
Apple said that users of the Vision Pro will be able to select content inside the goggles with their eyes, tap their fingers together to click, and gently flick to scroll, while also using a three-dimensional camera and microphone system to capture videos and pictures that can be viewed in 3D later. In its most striking difference from Meta's headsets, the device also has an exterior display that shows the user's eyes to people in the outside world.
So in the same way that Mac introduced us to personal computing and iPhone introduced us to mobile computing, Apple Vision Pro will introduce us to spatial computing.
The exterior screen goes dark when a user is fully immersed in a virtual world. When a person approaches a user who is in a full virtual mode, the headset will show both the user and the outside person to each other. For work uses, Apple showed how the headset can be used with a trackpad and keyboard to work like a traditional computer with multiple displays. The Vision Pro has 2 hours of use with an external battery, similar to Meta's top-of-the-line Quest Pro mixed reality device. Besides the headset, Apple also displayed a raft of new products and features, including a 15-inch MacBook Air, a powerful chip called M2 Ultra, and improvements to its iOS software and autocorrect feature. Shares of the iPhone maker rose 2% to hit a record high ahead of the launch, but shares ended slightly lower after the announcement.
Hello and welcome. You're watching a special India Today broadcast. I'm right outside the White House in Washington, D.C. This is where Prime Minister Narendra Modi and American President Joe Biden met for an intimate dinner late in the evening. It's raining here in D.C. The weather has been playing truant. It's not perfect when it comes to the weather, but the setting is perfect for India and the United States to take their relationship to the next level. Over the next 2 days, the Prime Minister will be part of a state visit, a very rare state visit. Remember, President Biden hasn't been doing too many of these state visits, just his third since becoming President of the United States. And this is where he's really laying out the red carpet for Prime Minister Modi and for India. In the morning, Prime Minister Narendra Modi was at the United Nations headquarters. From there, he came straight to Washington, D.C. and got down to business. He met with Mrs. Biden, with whom he went to the National Science Center, meeting with a bunch of young, enthusiastic students, talking about technology, talking about the future, talking about the need to bring American students to India and trying to use the Indian intellectual power to grow relations between the two countries and try and take them to the next level. Apart from that, he also had the opportunity to meet with some top CEOs of companies like Micron, which have been talking about investing in the semiconductor technology area in India. So very significant meetings and significant announcements by these chief executives who've publicly declared that they will be investing heavily in the India story.
My name is Manasa Iyer. I'm from Rockville, Maryland. I'm so excited Prime Minister Modi is coming. This is truly an honor and a great way for us to showcase our culture and to welcome him to Washington, D.C.
It was absolutely inspiring to share space with Honorable Prime Minister of India and First Lady Jill Biden, and to hear their thoughts about the various opportunities available and their passion for education. And I'm really looking forward to how I can combine all this inspiration to achieve something worthwhile.
Seeing the interaction between the Prime Minister and First Lady
today. There was a tremendous energy in the room, and it really made me aware of the depth of the intellectual and scientific collaboration between India and the United States, and really inspires me to participate in that exchange and grow its depth.
I came to welcome Modi, and he is a global leader and doing an extremely good job for global good. We are proud of him.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi interacted with Indian American students at the National Science Center, asking these young, bright minds to focus on technology, focus on innovation, and focus on making the changes that would define where mankind goes from here.
Friends, आज भारत और अमेरिका को ग्रोथ का मोमेंटम बनाए रखने के लिए एक पाइपलाइन ऑफ टैलेंट उसकी भी जरूरत है, जहां एक और अमेरिका के पास उच्च कोटि के शिक्षण संस्थान है, एडवांस टेक्नोलॉजी है, वहीं भारत के पास विश्व की सबसे बड़ी युवा फैक्ट्री है। और इसलिए मुझे विश्वास है कि भारत और अमेरिका की साझेदारी सस्टेनेबल और इंक्लूसिव ग्लोबल ग्रोथ का इंजन साबित होगी। अमेरिका में कम्युनिटी कॉलेज द्वारा निभाई जा रही अहम भूमिका के लिए मैं हृदय से आप सबका बहुत बहुत अभिनंदन करता हूं। हमारी वर्तमान और आने वाली पीढ़ियों को एक बेहतर भविष्य सुनिश्चित करने के लिए यह हम सभी का दायित्व है। इस उज्जवल भविष्य के लिए आवश्यक है एजुकेशन, स्किल, इनोवेशन, और भारत में हमने इस दिशा में कई प्रयास किए हैं। हमने नेशनल एजुकेशन पॉलिसी में शिक्षा और स्किलिंग को इंटीग्रेट किया है। स्किल इंडिया मिशन के तहत हमने अब तक 50 मिलियन लोगों को स्किलिंग किया है, और हम 15 मिलियन लोगों को फ्यूचर स्किल्स और आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस, एडिटिव मैन्युफैक्चरिंग, ब्लॉकचेन, ड्रोन, इन सारे क्षेत्रों में हम स्किल कर रहे हैं। हमने स्कूलों में लगभग 10,000 अटल टिंकरिंग लैब्स उसकी स्थापना की है, जहां बच्चों को तरह तरह के इनोवेशन करने के लिए सभी प्रकार की सुविधाएं दी जा रही हैं। हमने युवा एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को प्रोत्साहित करने के लिए स्टार्टअप इंडिया मिशन शुरू किया है। हमारा लक्ष्य इस डेकेड को टेक डेकेड या टेकेड बनाने का है।
If we want our economies to be strong, we need to invest in young people who are our future. We need to ensure that they have the opportunities that they deserve. Through Joe's Investing in America agenda, we're creating millions of good jobs in growing industries like clean energy and manufacturing. And we're bringing together our entire administration, including agencies like NSF, to partner with employers, unions, schools, and local governments so we can ensure that students have what they need to pursue these careers. That's the Biden education pathway. It starts with free, high-quality, universal preschool and creates a high school experience that prepares students for their next steps. It provides 2 years of affordable community colleges and opens up avenues if you decide to go to a 4-year college. That's how we build the future of our workforce. Education is the cornerstone of the bond between India and the United States.
Tomorrow in the morning, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be back at the White House in Washington, D.C. It starts with a 21-gun ceremonial salute where the American president will welcome the Prime Minister. Then they get down to bilateral talks, which will be followed by a press conference. Then the Prime Minister in the afternoon will be addressing the joint session of Congress. And then in the end is the state banquet, which is what a lot of people will be invited for, which is what the buzz and the hype is all around. But before that, the meat of this visit, the bilateral talks between the Indian Prime Minister and the American President.
After creating a world record with Yoga Day in New York, Prime Minister Modi touched down in Washington, D.C., officially kicking off his first state visit to United States of America. The Prime Minister received a full ceremonial welcome at Joint Base Andrew. And a big diaspora reception at the Villa Hotel in Washington, D.C. Modi's power-packed tour in Washington started with a visit to the National Science Foundation with the First Lady of the United States, Dr. Jill Biden. The day ended with a private dinner with President Biden and his family. An official welcome at the White House awaits the Prime Minister. A 21-gun salute in honor of Prime Minister Modi. A bilateral with President Joe Biden follows, with defense tech partnership and climate change in focus. At Capitol Hill, the Prime Minister is scheduled to address the joint session and become the only Indian Prime Minister to get the honor twice. His speech will be keenly watched for its geopolitical import. Prime Minister will be back at the White House in the evening for the state dinner. In attendance will be some 250 guests representing the diversity of the Indian American community. Vice President Kamala Harris and Secretary of State Antony Blinken will host a lunch on June 23rd for Prime Minister at the State Department. During his US tour, Modi will address two diaspora gatherings. One of them at the prestigious Kennedy Center in Washington, D.C., and the other at the Ronald Reagan Center. A visit expected to transform India-US ties and elevate the strategic partnership across sectors. Bureau Report, India Today.
Tomorrow in the morning, Prime Minister Narendra Modi will be back at the White House in Washington, D.C. It starts with a 21-gun ceremonial salute where the American president will welcome the Prime Minister. Then they get down to bilateral talks, which will be followed by a press conference. Then the Prime Minister in the afternoon will be addressing the joint session of Congress. And then in the end is the state banquet, which is what a lot of people will be invited for, which is what the buzz and the hype is all around. But before that, the meat of this visit, the bilateral talks between the
These lethal long-endurance, medium-altitude drones may soon be the new weapons in the arsenal of the Indian Armed Forces. The Defence Acquisition Council on Thursday gave its nod for the acquisition of the Sea Guardian drones. The Army, the Navy and the Air Force are looking at 10 drones each. The Indian Navy has already leased two MQ-9 Sea Guardians, the naval version of the drones, for intelligence, surveillance and reconnaissance operations since 2020.
ये जो डील है ये हमारे देश की मैरीटाइम और ओवरऑल सिक्योरिटी के लिए बहुत ही ज़रूरी है, क्योंकि सर्वेलेंस सबसे ज़्यादा महत्वपूर्ण स्थान रखता है, क्योंकि हमें चाहिए कि हम अपनी एरिया में जहाँ एरिया ऑफ ऑपरेशंस है वहाँ निगरानी रख सकें, और ये क्षमता इस कैपेबिलिटी से हमें मिलती है।
The MQ-9A Reaper drones were used for the precision targeting of Al-Qaeda chief Ayman al-Zawahiri in Kabul. These unmanned combat aerial vehicles, apart from a number of sensors, cameras and radars, are also capable
to share this experience and resources, particularly with those in the global south. Excellencies, to make our youth future ready, we need to continuously skill, reskill and upskill them. We need to align their competencies with evolving work profiles and practices. In India, we are undertaking skill mapping. Our education, skill and labor ministries are working in tandem on this initiative. G20 countries can undertake skill mapping at the global level and find gaps that need to be plugged. Excellencies, digital technology serves as an equalizer and promotes inclusivity. It is a force multiplier in increasing access to education and adapting to future needs. Today, artificial intelligence offers great potential in the field of learning, skilling and education. With opportunities, technology also poses challenges. We have to strike the right balance. The G20 can play an important role in this. Excellency, in India, we have laid emphasis on research and innovation as well. We have set up 10,000 Atal Tinkering Labs across the country. These are acting as research and innovation nurseries for our school children. More than 7.5 million students are working on more than 1.2 million innovative projects in these labs. G20 countries with their respective strengths can play a key role in promoting research and innovation, especially among the global south. I urge you all to create a path for increased research collaborations. Excellencies, your meeting holds immense significance for the future of our children and youth. I am glad that your group has identified green transition, digital transformation, and women's empowerment as accelerator for achieving sustainable development goals. Education is at the root of all these efforts. I am confident that this group will come out with an inclusive, action-oriented and future-ready education agenda. This would benefit the whole world in the true spirit of Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam. One earth, one family, one future. I wish you all a productive and successful meeting. Thank you.
You are watching India Today.
While some of the drivers and conductors of Haryana roadways are infamous for their arrogance, Sukhbir Chotiwala is a pleasant aberration. Sukhbir, who hails from Rithal village of Rohtak, works as an operator of Haryana roadways. Working since 2017, Sukhbir makes sure his passengers are comfortable. In the scorching heat, Sukhbir serves water to all the passengers from his salary.
मेरी ड्यूटी जयपुर रूट पे लगी थी, सोनीपत से जयपुर
तो उस टाइम बहुत गर्मी थी, तो मैंने वहाँ देखा सवारी बच्चे पानी के लिए गर्मी में बहुत तरह बुरा हाल था जी। तो मैंने सोचा ड्यूटी के साथ साथ क्यों ना थोड़ा ये धर्म पुण्य का काम भी हो जाए, और उसी दिन से आते मैंने 4 कैंपर खरीदे और अगले दिन मैं कैंपर ही लेके गया रूट पे, और ये जल की सेवा फिर वहीं से शुरू की जी मैंने।
Sukhbir's selfless act has impressed Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar, who praised Sukhbir in a tweet and invited him to Chandigarh to felicitate him. No wonder Sukhbir's bus is a favorite among passengers amid the prevailing heat wave condition. Bureau Report, India Today.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 33 and minimum 23 degrees.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Weather forecast now. Delhi, maximum 41 and minimum 29 degrees. Mumbai, maximum 31 and minimum 28 degrees. Kolkata, maximum 36 and minimum 28 degrees. Bangalore, maximum 28 and minimum 22 degrees. Chennai, maximum 32 and minimum 27 degrees. Hyderabad, maximum 33 and minimum 23 degrees.
Why does this happen? Let me tell you the science behind it.
For more informative videos like this, keep watching India Today News Mo.
Kerala's public health, all political parties traveling from different parts.
Armed with facts,
Looking at political black.
she takes the news by its horns.
Do you think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold, and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Amplify your brand with 100 million smart internet viewers. To advertise, mail us at sales@aajtak.com.
Welcome back. Ahead of the mega dinner, Prime Minister Modi met with tech czars in Washington, D.C. During the second leg of his U.S. visit, Prime Minister Modi met Sanjay Mehrotra, President CEO of Micron Technology. He also met H. Lawrence Culp Jr., Chairman and CEO of General Electric and CEO of General Electric Aerospace. GE Aerospace, in fact, has big plans to ramp up its India operations. After meeting with Prime Minister Modi, Gary E. Dickerson, the President and CEO of Applied Materials, expressed his belief that it is India's time to drive remarkable growth and shine. Earlier, Prime Minister met Tesla chief Elon Musk, astrophysicist, author and science communicator Neil deGrasse Tyson, Nobel laureate Paul Romer and investor Ray Dalio.
We will be announcing soon a new innovation center in India. With Applied Materials, we'll also bring global partners into this new innovation center. And this innovation center will really be focused on innovation in the equipment. And we have very high confidence that working together with India, we can create a tremendous success.
Had an excellent meeting with Prime Minister Modi. Very impressed with the vision that he has for India and the advances that India is making. We discussed a wide range of topics, and we really look forward to greater opportunities in India. Micron is a global leader in memory and storage, and we are a supplier to for memory and storage in all end markets, from data centers to smartphones, to PCs, and today really fueling the AI engine as well. So we are excited about the opportunities that exist for the future of memory and storage.
Is why a state visit so late in the day when it comes to the tenures of President Biden and Prime Minister Modi, or it's never too late?
I mean, I think there's several factors at play here. One is that the relationship has enjoyed exponential growth for the last few decades, but I would argue that the last year or so, and especially the last few months, have enjoyed particular amounts of growth. We've seen a number of new areas for cooperation: tech, clean energy, higher education. And so I think that the goal for the administration, the Biden administration, and for the Indian government is to showcase just how much this relationship has not only grown on the whole, but become more multifaceted.
And that's a wrap on this edition. Stay tuned. News and updates will continue on the other side of this break.
DG, payments at petrol pumps have fallen significantly from 40% to 10%. Expand on that. People are just coming in and buying petrol and exhausting their supply of 2000 notes?
Yes. So basically this is an consumption boost. So whatever you are paying to if somebody is going and spending at the petrol pump, so that amount of money will now be deposited by the petrol pump owners, maybe in their current account. So that will give a boost to the low-cost deposit account of the bank. So basically that will also lead to an improvement in CASA. But the second corollary of this, that a part of this is also getting withdrawn. We have seen that there has been an increase in ATM transaction also in the last couple of fortnight after this note was discontinued. So that means that a part of the money, and we estimate that around 60% of that, a part of the money in savings account is being withdrawn for lower denomination notes. So
has it been possible for you to determine how much, because you've also said that cash on delivery, e-commerce has also seen a uptick and increase. Have you been able to quantify how much that kind of sales and purchase have increased by?
See, it's difficult to quantify those numbers, but obviously this will be a part of that 55,000 crore consumption boost, which we are estimating is happening purely because of this withdrawal of the note. 55,000 crore, we can actually get a consumption multiplier of 1.8 trillion. So which is not a small number. And this number, if it is added to the private funnel consumption expenditure for quarter one, you can actually have a GDP growth rate which could be in excess of 8%, which the RBI is projecting for FY24.
While the whole world is still undergoing a lot of volatility, inflation pressures in the developed economies, what does this broadly mean for the entire financial year, Mr. Ghosh? Because like you've been pointing out, there is a front loading of consumption, but it would also mean that once people sort of are through with this cycle of replacement exchange of 2,000 rupee notes, there will be a dip as well.
Let me answer your question in a different manner. So right now we are seeing that 60% of his amount is being withdrawn from the banks. So over a point of time, as people deposit more and more 2,000 rupee notes into the system, this 60% number could actually go up, because so from that point of view, of course, this impact could get a little bit diminished over a point of time, but it could be also possible that this ratio of withdrawal to the total deposit number could also go up. So on the net basis, it is difficult to say, but obviously the maximum impact on consumption will be at least till September, or if till September in terms of a boost to the overall growth. And I think that's good for us also, because the way the markets have been moving from April to June this year, the total amount of portfolio capital inflows which has come into in the April to June is at least US 8.5 billion. So that means at least 50,000 crores of money has flown into the stock market.
You are watching India Today.
Good morning and a warm welcome to India Today. I'm Paulami Saha. These are the headlines we're tracking at the top of the hour. President Biden and First Lady Jill host Prime Minister Modi for an intimate dinner. Jill Biden personally inspects dinner table, gives Modi antique American Bugatti and vintage camera. Prime Minister Modi gives 7.5 carat lab-grown green diamond to Jill Biden. Modi presents 10 Hindu gifts for President Biden, gifts as per Hindu ritual for 80-year-old president. Drenched in rain, Modi stands for anthem. Modi braves the rain for national anthem. Desh Bhakti, goosebumps in drenching rain. Prime Minister Modi meets students at the National Science event in Washington, pitches Startup India mission, says aim to make this a tech decade. A rousing welcome for Prime Minister Modi in Washington. Prime Minister Modi welcome displays all around. Diaspora flocks Modi event. News coming in at the top of this hour. Protests and statewide bandh over power tariff. Karnataka power tariff war escalates. Bellary Business Group stage protest. Bellary Apparel Processing Association, District Cold Storage Association take out a protest march against electricity price hike. Those are images of that protest march in Bellary. This is in fact blowback as far as the free power tariff guarantee of the Congress government of Karnataka is concerned. Protests and statewide bandh